we still don't have that screen, do we? Man. Okay. Thank you, Father. You just make it different every time. It's weird. At least I'd still see the thumbs up there and the people that are in the room. Okay, that's still up there. All right, we're good. Okay, thank you, Father, for the blessing of this ministry once again. Thy kingdom come. That's it. That's what it's all about. It's about the king being the two kings and crowns, and he's the king. King of the Jews. Remember, they put that over the top of this tree they hung him from. So thank you, Father, for sending your son. Shiloh, thy kingdom come, the one who will redeem the bride. So thank you. Always give thanks at the beginning of the live stream. So thanks for truth. Thank you so much for truth, because truth is very hard to find in this day and age that we live in. Most things are very perverted, slang, idioms, and parables, and alien dialect, Babylonian brain waves. So that's what you made most people, to be vessels of wrath, fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. So what? I let my puppies back in. It's hot out there, and I don't think they want to be outside. That wasn't very long out there, puppy dogs. At least the wind's blowing. That makes it much better. Much better. Get a drink of water. I just filled up your water. Go to the top. Got it in here. They don't like the wind. That's why it came in. You don't like the wind? No. All right, well. Friday. You ain't got. So, what are you doing? Fry. Are you frying in the heat? I'm glad I don't live where it gets hot and sticky and humid. That's hard to deal with. I've been lived in that type of climate for years. That's a whole different animal when you're breathing humidity. So I'm a Scorpizzo. I was born in the desert. You got to stay in the desert. I need to cool off at night. I don't want to be hot all night long. All night long. So body needs to cool off. Desert's a better place for me. So born in the desert and in the desert now, but I can adapt. You know, you could be more like a chameleon, right? Not Geico. All right, not to be confused with gecko. All right, talking about a chameleon. Silly. Get silly. All right, maybe we'll just be silly. Maybe we should just do a silly live stream, huh? No. Can't be all business all the time, right? All business. Are you all business? Let's get our chat fired up. All right, go. I got it. All right, the chat's on. Man, they change this whole format all the time. It's always different. Always different. Why no? No background this time. That's all right. It makes it lag out anyway, so we won't do that. All right. Well, like I said, I entitled this "Thy Kingdom Come." What does that mean? What does Thy Kingdom come? What does that have to do with the price of eggs in China right now? Anybody making egg drop soup? Some fried rice. Pan fried, fried, house fried, chicken fried, pork fried. Like rice. Rice, all right. Rice, pretty good, eh? All right. What's that have to do with the price of eggs in China? So, all right. You guys aren't being very chatty. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. I'm normally not a loss for words. My dad said I had diarrhea of the mouth. But whatever. He said a lot of things to me. But he was a pretty good dad. He was tried really hard to take care of his 3 boys in the concrete jungle where it gets real hot. You can like cook eggs on the pavement hot. Used to walk around on that concrete with no shoes on. The only part of my body that wasn't tan was the bottom of my feet. Man. I took my son there years later and it was hotter than all get out. Hot enough to fry an egg, hot enough to fry a dog's brain. Everybody remember that commercial? People leaving their animals in hot cars. So, seeing it's been getting real hot over there in China. We got some pretty big heat. We got this spinning vortices going on, toroidal. It's like the old action, the old 5G whiz, right? Like spinning in a circle. Can't drink the water, buddy. So I'm wearing a coat, Dad. I'm going to be hot no matter what. How hot is it? How hot is it where you're at? Is it hotter than a humped up fox? All right, never mind. It's hotter than wearing a mask in the middle of the desert. Mop 3. All sealed up like a safe. Oh, my crazy boy. I got my puppy with me here. My puppies are always with the dad. They're always with the dad. He's a big old puppy. Or he hanging out with the dad. Hanging out with the dad. Oh, you're a good boy. You're a large size puppy. You're an extra large puppy. You're an extra large puppy. Oh, you're a big guy. You're a big guy. Oh, you're such a big guy. You're so big. I'll get you. I'll get you. Oh, I'll get you. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? Oh, Dad's getting the boys. What do you put your paws up there for? Oh, my good boy. Playing with the poppins. What are you doing? Put your paws down, little silly goose. Hey, you're going to scratch my leg. You're going to scratch my leg. Oh, I got you. I got you. I got you, big old boy. He thinks he's a puppy. He doesn't realize he's a 13-year-old puppy. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Oh, that's a boy. It's almost, yes, he's a big guy. Oh, big guy. Oh, you're such a big guy. You're such a big lover is what you are. You're a big lover. You're a big lover. All right. You got any puppies? You don't want to tell me the temperature where you're at? Is YouTube banning my chat already? Man, they don't want me to talk about nothing. It's not you. It's not CO2. It's the sun. What's driving the old solar cycle here, right? And the solar radiation that's bombarding our magnetic canopy. So that might have a little bit to do with the old centigrade, or well, Celsius, never mind, Fahrenheit. Centigrade, centipede, how about that? Like segmented, but how about Kelvin? Feels more like some places, man, I've seen it was like 70 in China. Oh my goodness. The surface temperature, their little mopeds and stuff were all melting, and yeah, bad scene. Cars bubbling with the whole, those cars get wrapped. Did you guys see that? The cars are getting bubbles on the front. They look like they had big, huge, like a woman with twins, because the heat made it bubble up on the hood. It's pretty funny looking. It is. It's quite hilarious. They've got these wraps now, so That's what happens when you wrap something like a Swisher, huh? Gets hot, that thing. All right. But anyways, 6 likes. Thank you for that. 9 people in here. We're 10 minutes in, man. All right, good stuff. Heck yeah, they must be totally banning my chat. So YouTube is a shadow banner. Let's put this, see if we get top messages. Oh yeah, see what the heck, man. Holy crap. I see Art of Pain's in here. Yeah, see, I had all messages on. What's going on there? Zachary, 97 plus 100% humidity, 111. Oh man, the real feel. You guys ever notice they do that too? You gotta be careful with some of these temperatures. To the Lord and worship strictly. And most people get mad. Well, there you go. Look at that. Look at all the blessings he's giving you, Zachary. So, yeah, he beats the people he loves. He enslaves them and separates them, and he imprisons them. Imprisons them. They threw him in prison. So, heck yeah, sounds like you're over the target, man. It's not an easy way to the Father through the Son. Absolutely not. That's the only way. It's hados, remember? Narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. So, not many want to sup with the Word. He's the Word. He's not some physical. He did exist in flesh, but remember, he spoke his Father's word. So he is Father. But they don't love the word, so that's okay. Remember, you're not here to change anybody. That wouldn't be right, to try to turn a goat into a sheep. It wouldn't even be physically possible. Well, not like Dolly, the clone sheep, but like, like spiritual goats, spiritual sheep, the sheeples. Sheep will be. People got sheep paralysis. I mean, sleep paralysis. They're all stuck on, he said, don't go to sleep. Remember spiritual, right? You ever heard of sleep paralysis? Have you heard about sheep paralysis? See what I'm saying? Wrong. They're goats, and you can't change that. So they might act like a sheep, but you'll know them by their fruit. So the devil came knocking on your door in red lipstick and high heels and fishnet stockings. Would you let him in? Asking for a kiss. You put lipstick on a pig. I'm not going to kiss it. Right, so. Hey, it's not pretty. I still don't eat pork. So whatever, you can eat whatever you want, but I'm still not kissing that pig. So too salty, right? Why are you so salty about everything? I'm not salty. You're supposed to be the salt of the earth or the brine. Well, that's what keeps you down in the brine, and then you get fired. You get all overcome, like hardened, and you become anew, and even you can't go back to what you were because of the grafting, if you will. It's like a lacing. It's a marriage. So you'll see. Not this pagan traditions where like they shoot the garter belt, the lace garter belt, none of that ring around the rosy. But all right, we'll stop. I'm all about the wedding, baby. Thy kingdom come. What is it about? It's about thy kingdom. It's about the kingdom of heaven that Paul spoke about the one that we must go through much tribulation, the ellipsis, to receive that. It's about an inheritance. The heirs, or somebody's gotta have to die for that to be legal and binding. We're not under the law. It's a contract, remember? I'm going to leave this. Well, it was a new living will and testament. Remember, he was the testor of that will, so he had to make a new and amend. There was an old. You can't have sex with your sister, can you? Be fruitful, multiply. It's not eye for an eye. He said, let vengeance be mine, tooth for a tooth, remember? Let vengeance be mine, saith the Lord. So we don't go after our own wants most of the time. We want to just stick it to somebody, because it's a brutal world out there. Most people go to hell. Hell isn't a place. Hell isn't a space. Figure it out. Hell's the word bis, knowledge. Basos, busos, bis is knowledge. So hell's not a place. Stop thinking hell's somewhere you're going to go. You're probably already in hell. Well, the seventh shofar has not sounded. I mean, not the little final where there'll be a gnashing of teeth, where all will raise from those dead bodies, not in the sky. We got a sky daddy. Somebody worshiping a sky daddy Jesus in here. I feel like somebody's going after the sky daddy. Your God's in the sky. If your God is in the sky, you've got to go. You got to go. My Father is not in the sky. My Father is inside of me. My Father is Shiloh. My Father is Hohadesh. My Father is Alathea. My Father is Hados, Alathea, Harizo, Omega. Remember? We're getting some directed energy here. Wind waves or micro. It's not microwaves. I'm not near. I don't have a microwave. So throw your microwave away. You live in a microwave soup. Yes, because they forget that the devil is mirrors Christ and performs all the same wonders. He's allowed to, yes, in all his little silly rabbits tricks over kids. Magicians, they're magi, fake. There's a difference between being oh, watch the ball disappear in my hand, and then the firmament clock above your head, and they do all this star ball gods. Oh, we came from the stars. We didn't come from the stars. We came from Father. Father created all things. Everything that ever was. Demisoban, Cro-Magnon, Homo sapien, sapien. How many hominoid species have we had on this? You think you're the only one, huh? You're not the only one. All right. You're not. So, yeah, we have to remember that's the beautiful thing about what Father does to the bride is he makes them go, and whether they want to or not, they're not under their own will. That's called porneia. They do it because Father loves them and they love Father. That is to walk and follow in the commandments, and he commands to their wicked hearts to follow after him. He does. He says, if I didn't seek out to their hearts, which is continuously filled with wickedness, that scripture tells us that not one of us, that's why I continue to bring you to the book of Matthew and to the book of Luke, to the gospel, and keep you away from all these other texts. When do I ever talk about all these other texts? We can be having all kinds of talks about other texts, Lilith and Jasher and, the gospel of Thomas. And why? That's not the gospel of Christ, the Hamashiach, Shiloh. That's the only thing I care about. I don't care about any other gospel. There's no other gospel. If you change even a jot, that's the other gospel Paul spoke of. So I'm warning you of that. Seriously. There's more than one gospel. There's more than one Jesus. So if you add anything to that, and we've all done it. We've all been there. We're all fall short of this word. None of us are sovereign. There's no such thing as sovereign on this rock. Father is sovereign. Father is the creator and the writer of the law, and he blotted that out through Christ, the Hamashiach. So we're not under the law anymore. I judge. Oh, well, you're not supposed to be so judgmental. Yes, I am. Shut up, you child. Stop being an antichrist, you don't know this covenant he made with his bride. We are to not be the scorpidzo, the divider. He is the horizo. Get it? The one who separates and condemns. We don't condemn a man. We show him to the light. Show him to the narrow way. They're in the broad way. And they're suffering. Show them to the narrow way. Show them to the Father's word. We judge with Father's word, with this covenant. Christ Jesus in flesh. My love, Shiloh. The one I love more than all of you combined. I do. And all the dirt and everything that ever came and all the money and all the gold and silver and all of it. It's no treasure compared to the inheritance that I'll receive after this flesh, death. So I have to die daily and carry my cross and deny myself and not go after other gods in the sky and little g demon gods, deities like little white devil or the red devil. Which one are you? These people think it's good and evil. They're both devils. The halo is the serpent, remember? Not the scorpidzo, but the one with the stinger, but the one that would bite, like Leviathan. The hood of the serpent, like the cobra. Do. They got these people all mesmerized. Yeah, they do. All right, never mind. They got X's in their eyes. They're dead. Not the wrong death. Their death is to mammon. So focus on that. And then you'll be able to understand this if you'll We're supposed to die daily to flesh. Paul told us to circumcise it, cut it off. And it's these mammon traditions, such as celebration, rituals, not standing up to these perversions. You're not Christ-like or taking up your cross if you're not standing up to the law. You're a talker, Betty Crocker, full of crap. Well, your head knowledge, but you got to apply it. You got to put legs on faith, remember? Belief is an action word. You can't think Jesus. It's not a I believe Jesus like a thought in your head and I bought it so I can be born again. See, I bought it and I believe and now I've been born again. He said to be born from above. Remember, sovereign, he's without flesh. We're supposed to die to flesh daily, as Paul told us, right? Circumcise it, cut it off. Paul, Matthew, deny self daily. Luke, carry your cross. This is all a crucifixion of this flesh, crucifixion of the flesh. Are you crucifying your flesh? Spiritually. Remember, baptized in blood, garments white, clean, washed in blood, beard blood, the blood of the Lamb that he paid. Remember, not on altars. It's on tables of our hearts now. Tables of our hearts. What do you think the table represents? It represents that altar, that they made that sacrifice. He made the final sacrifice in flesh. Isn't that beautiful? See, it's the word. The word is infallible. So, but people are more into phallic worship, not fallible, meaning like it can't be. It's pure and it's sovereign and it's without blemish, just like he said. The unblemished sacrificial lamb. So when they came to break his legs, our Father had already taken him and he fulfilled his prophecy as he did all the prophecies. They were not just his, they were all the prophecies. Look how many prophecies were fulfilled in the Old and New Testament. And people think there's prophets walking this earth, like something is happening by chance and there's such thing as free will. You don't read the word at all, do you? Like Brother Ross just said, go over there and see Jim Brown at Grace and Truth. Maybe he'll get you lined out, get you back to studying maybe one word at a time so you can slow down, Turbo. You're going way too fast in this race. You're going to teeter out. This is a marathon. You got to endure to the end to be saved. You can't be saved. You have to endure to the end. He picks us up, carries, lifts us from beginning point to an ending point. So he's the one who gets us up off this dirt rock that we live, that we walk in. Daily, go out and share the light is what we do. What else is going on in this world that's so darn important? I know Epstein didn't Epstein himself, and Trump just turned his whole back on his MAGA base, and he's an EpiPen Island boy with Joe and all that. We know that. How long have I been telling you that on this ministry? I was telling you that back, what I did a live stream earlier today on Truth Bible Television, and that was like 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 14, the 2014, I was talking about Kiev, and now the 923 executive orders are in play, man. Executive Order 11004, that you're just one executive order away from a work camp like they did during World War II. And I'll be the crazy guy, and nobody else is blogging about it. Not one. So there are other things we should be looking at, but the gospel is what's going to protect you. It'll bring you to the light. It'll show you what to do. It'll put legs on your faith. You'll put up extra oil. You'll be wise. You'll trim your lamp. You'll know. This ain't some, sit down one day, Sunday, fun day, Jesus, God loves everybody. He don't love everybody. He only loves his bride. And under the Old Testament, the wages of one sin, whether venial or mortal, was death, one. So you think you fall in that category right there? I think we've all fallen short of sin in your own head. Remember, if you covet, another man's wife, that is adultery. Whether was God or a teacher? Christ is both, and teacher is the word prophet, okay? Zachary, that's the word prophet, and a false prophet is the word scorpizzo. Christ is the one, remember, he came to fulfill, right? Not he fulfilled the law. He didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled the prophecies. Absolutely. Before Abraham was I am. Okay, be comforted, Peter, I am. I am the Aleph. I am the Omega. I am the Alpha. Right? I am the Hados. I am. Remember, he said, you tell them my name is I am. My Shem is I am. Is what he said, right? So people don't understand that Father is Christ Jesus, but Christ is Father in flesh. He had to birth his son, a flesh vessel, separate, obviously, and the Hokadesh, the Holy Ghost. So Father is not 1, 3, and 1 God. That's transgender God. That's Baphomet. People, he's 3 separate. Not one God, one Godhead, all in one, 3 genders with breast. And Father doesn't have breast, nor does Father have flesh. I really wish people could come to that light. That's what Father is. He said, I am the horizo. I'm the separator, not the scorpizo, the divider, the one that causes the sheep to scatter. That's who he sends to test his bride. So remember, he's the creator of all things. He said, I, Father, create all things. How about that? I create all things. I, Father, create evil. That's in the book of Isaiah. So that's right, Zachary. That's why he tells us our hearts, but don't, Zachary, that's not your doing. He created you that way. He has to pull us from our dark, wicked hearts that are continuously filled with wickedness to his horizo. That's what the word predestination is. Please go see Brother Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. He'll help you teach you that. And I taught it here for years. Pro horizo. I'm the separator. I'm on the horizo was the division between the dark and the night, the day and the light. I divide. I'm the separator. That's what that word means. Look it up in the Greek. You need to find the meaning. That's what horizo mean. That's why he didn't say I'm the light. He said I am the separator of the light. I am the divider. I come to divide. I don't come to bring peace. I come to divide. I bring a sword of division. Day, night, I'm going to pull that wicked heart of yours, Zachary. He said, you're not doing it. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. That'll make you just feel a little bit better, not feel good, Jesus, that he's doing it. You're not doing it. Don't take the credit for it. Then you're an idolater, right? You believe your own crap. You tell somebody else, then you're a demon or a Nephilim. So, it is. It's supposed to cut like a knife to the quick. You know what I'm saying? The word cuts, man. It's not this easy Jesus. It's supposed to cut us down and make that lie spew out of us, that self out of us. That's why Paul told us to cut it off. It's spiritual too. It's a spiritual. Remember, there's 2 horses in Revelation, and we're there. We're in the book, okay? I'm going to bring you front and center so you can understand this Magi understanding. The firmament declares the handiwork of the Father. The heavens are not above your head. They declare the glory, and they know this, what I'm telling you, okay? You are in that last book, which is not the end of the world, okay? It's sorrows is where we're at. If you read scripture and you knew celestially where we were at, we are in the age of air. We're not water anymore. That's deception. That age was over 2,600 years. The church was put over the nations. Remember the deadly head wound that was healed in scripture by Constantine, by rebranding this, oh crap, I'm going to lose my empire to these Gothic gods that go after Baal, Jesus Christ gods. They're sun and grove worship. They're transgender gods. And they were slaughtering Christians. And so was Constantine. And he knew he had to do something quick. So he came up with what was known as the Edict of Toleration. But nobody will look any of this up. Wokeism, brothers and sisters, just allowing all this stuff. Father didn't say sit around and just let this happen. He said, remember, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. You're supposed to share this light, that you're supposed to be out sharing the good news, that we're not under this Aaron and Levite and celebration and dietary laws and Levitical laws. By faith alone are we saved. That's it. But you have to endure to the end to be saved. You should be out sharing this light, that Jews and Gentiles, good and evil, we don't condemn. We just show them to the light. If everybody was doing what Father said, boy, it would be a whole different world, huh? But it's the great falling away from their end of days, not the end of the world. So we know we're in sorrows. Their agape will be porneia, correct? Their agape, right, will be idolatria. They'll be lovers of self. Agape, right? Is that not what we see in this world right now? The great falling away from that word? Well, so just show people to the light. That's all you're here to do. I know you got bills to pay. So do I. I got a $15,000 bill I got to pay by Monday, and I don't know how I'm going to pay it other than to just throw up all the gold and silver. And I already lost all this, but I don't care about shiny dirt. So Father will provide, and he always does. So don't worry about dirt. Don't worry about anything you see of the dirt. That's idolatry. Anything you see of the dirt is idolism and imagery. He said he'd send 2 witnesses, and it's these 2 thieves that hang right there on that tree of yours that will crown, I come. We don't say peace. Those who say peace, sudden destruction. He said, do not think I came to bring peace. Remember, we were in Revelation, the apocalypse. 2 riders on a white horse, one in a white house. No, one on a white horse. One has a 58-story Babylonian building in Manhattan. I mean, in Babylon. Remember, one has one in Manhattan on a 66 penthouse floor. Do you think Nimrod's 58-story tower had a penthouse floor like Trump's does? I know Trump decorates his house with Satan, but do you think Mithra had a penthouse 66 floors and 58 stories? Some more of that deception there, huh? Does anybody know that? Well, remember, a giant is the word Anunnaki, how tall that building is. His tower, his Babylonian. All right, but anyways, Revelation is the book that we're in. We're not in Genesis. We're not in Exodus. We're not in Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Kings. We're in the book of the Apocalypse is what it's called. If you know what the book was called, you can, it says Revelation, but it's the same word. It has the same meaning. Like angelos is the same word as messenger. So a messenger is an angel. Satan was a messenger, remember? He got thrown from pride because he tried to be sovereign, if you will, create law, rise above, be the writer, the author, and Father is the only. So that's why he doesn't want us. It didn't fare for one sin, pride, good for him. He fell from the ruling class, the heavens, to this earth to be ruled, to rule over and reign over this mammon flesh of these men who follow after self-will and think they have such thing as free will. And think that they're doing it, think they can be saved. They accepted Christ and all these, believe in Jesus like a thought in their head, set it on a shelf and forget about it, Jesus, because you believe. I bought it, see? I'll purchase some Jesus. That's not what Father is. Father is a daily cross that we carry. The cross is a crucifixion. Nobody carried crosses. Nobody's ever hung from a cross. You're making me sick, and you're seriously want to vomit that from my mouth. I cannot believe all the years that I fell for that. But when you study Roman torture, you wouldn't stop torturing yourself, being a demon or a Nephilim, and stop thinking God's in the sky and heaven's in the sky and earth's below your feet and you live on a planet and hell's below your feet. Who in the hell told you that? Oh, some man. Well, the word doesn't say anything of that. So, and he said, don't even add a jot. Now you created a whole planet. Where does it say you live on a planet? Where does it say there's even one planet? Where? Anybody? I'll wait. Go ahead. I'll even let you use the 2 Enochs. That's kind of, as a Magi, and there's a firmament above your head. And we're in the book of Revelation because, the Psalms, remember it says, the heavens declare the glory of God, the firmament, day after day, night after night, that dark and that light, it's declared like a clock. It tells us the time. No, God doesn't talk through him. Well, see, that's prophecy. The word is what we do. That's blasphemy. Father, well then Brother Ross in here, then God speaks through Brother Ross too. Okay. Or God, whatever. And Brother Jim too. No, I hear you. Thanks for nailing that down, Zachary, though. No, the word speaks to us. It's on our heart. He reveals it when we sup because he calls out to our hearts. It's no man doing any of this. So you're not doing it. You have to sit down and read and study his word individually, self. That's why there's places like here. Brother Jim has a live stream where you go hang out with the family over there, your brothers and sisters in the narrow way, and try to find others that love this truth and feed them the word. And that's what we do. Otherwise, don't partake in unfruitful works of darkness. You'll know them by their fruit. One bad apple upsets the whole apple cart, like leaven, mold, causes the whole thing. So he didn't even want none. Remember, he said, don't even add a jot. Leaven is sin. You mix sin with sweet Jesus, you get drunk. You became intoxicated on this woes of this mammon dirt laws, gods in the sky and Nanu and all their movies and television and Star Trek and R2D2. And now they probably even you got their golden C3PO robot pretty soon. Pretty sure they're going to do their golden robots. So silver's the bank killer. Don't worry about it. Gold's just 1 to 1. It's one day silver could be worth more. They can't have robots without silver. Ha! Nanu. Shazbot. All right. Tomo arigato, Mr. Roboto, tomo. They get you in a box, don't they? All right. They got you hit with a mind control, and then they put you in a robot. Hey, they're going to upload your stinky Starlink conscience like Jiminy Cricket to the net web, and they'll put it in your robot body. Terminator. Like John Connor, I'll be back. So, yes, many are called. That's what it says. And it's not up for us to actually, Zachary, this isn't actually scriptural, but somebody told us, I'd taken this from a viewer years ago. He said, how do you know they're the elect? Because you wonder if you're the elect or not. You question it. You're not sure. Only Father knows. Like only Father knows. So many are called and few are chosen, if you will. You know, chosen are the predestined, the ones he chose already from the foundation of the world that didn't have their names blotted out. So yes, his flock is teeny tiny. It's a small flock. It's a little. The word is oligos, O-L-I-G-O-S. And if your pastor would have, your ex-pastor would have, thank you for reminding me of that last time, would have sup with the word more, and not like it needed. You don't need to be able to speak fluent Greek, Hebrew, all this. You need to set the word in it. The gospel is revealed through Greek, and it is revealed through this. Let me turn my light off here. It's revealed through on our hearts. Father wrote the gospel on our hearts. We're not under the law, and we know that. We can't be put under the law. No man's going to put us under any other law of flesh. It's a spiritual law that we're under. It's a spiritual testament that we're under. And in that testament, he says, fear not, oligos flock. And he calls out in the book of, remember, Luke. So we need to remember what he says. Anybody who tries to enter by any other way is a thief and a robber. So people are just robbing themselves, thinking they can do some other, narrow is the way that leads to the straight gate. And you ever seen a bunch of sheep get out a gate? Which side of the gate do you want to be on? So I'm just trying to remember those, so there'll be a time. So you actually remember this comes a time where those that suffer for Christ, remember Matthew 10:34 through 39, your ex-pastor should have gone through this with you over and 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 over again. That Matthew 10:34 through 39 is like the backbone of how you could just stick that in your pocket. It's already written on your heart, and just keep reading it. That's how you should live every day. If you have any reason why we're here, read the book of Matthew. You should always, I love starting with Matthew. No matter what I read, I like to start there. It just gets me, remember all the parables there in the beginning. It just sets me up to be with Father Christ. I feel like Peter in the water, just, and because we get weak, we stumble, and we fall short of Father's words, and we think because things get rough that we're gonna get knocked off, and it's not supposed to be easy. That's why Paul's writings are so important, and they're the gospel. And I love that Brother Jim covers Paul's writings like no other teacher. But just nobody else I've seen talk about Paul's writings like Brother Jim does. So we're so blessed to have Paul's writings as part of the gospel as well. You can't leave Paul's writings out of the gospel. They're absolutely crucial to know Father. You have to know his writings, and you have to sit down and read them because they're very important. They're kind of like, it's a foreshadow. Like Deuteronomy is very similar to Corinthians, because these are tied, that how we are bound to Father. Some of the more, remember, we're not under the law. We're not under the law. This is all spiritual. If we suffer because of that, he will cover us, and we're supposed to be suffering. That's why very few will be willing to suffer for his name's sake. That's what it says in Matthew, in that last part of 37, 8, 9 is talking about how that, I believe, or it's 8, 9, that it says that, he who's willing to give their life for my Shem's sake is the promise of, eternity, to be with Father. That's the wedding feast of the Lambs, thy kingdom come. And he who's not willing to give his life for my Shem's sake is the promise of the abyss, eternal destruction. You're going to be burned of this abyss, and that's all you're going to want. It's just a taste of the truth. That's hell, man. That's it. That's it. I've done seen hell. I've been there. I have. I know. Father's knocked me down so many times, and and I don't falter, but that's what it is, man. You're just going to want just one jot of the aletheia. People in hell want ice water, that living water that he's pouring out that I'm giving you right now. Not watered down milk, right? But this is the meat that he tells us to eat of. And so if you pay attention to his word, it should be very obvious right where we're at in this book. And these people that do these things right around you, and all these top principalities, powers, they got this book down to a T. They do. I mean, they have this. They know this better than all the religions combined. So that's why they're so easy to put it in television and children's television and animation and Super Bowl halftime, occult rituals, and it's in everything. You can't get away with it. I can't see anything, Arlie, that's not on a mainstream media, Mockingbird, Project Mockingbird, Operation Mockingbird, media, where they all squawk their same parrot talk, and it's the same narrative. So that's why they put this in this, to mock people who don't know the word. So I see the word in almost everything, and I don't really even pay attention to I threw my TV away in the 90s. My son was like, Dad, we never had cable, and I'm in high school. I'm the only person in high school that doesn't have cable. What's up with that? Like, we go to a small high school. So, but anyways, just didn't want him to be propagated. He already had to spend time in the public schools because he wanted to have, contact with other kids, and that's social is important. He wanted to play sports and football, and he liked to be, he's super athletic and stuff like that. So it was all right, but there's a lot of indoctrination in these television, public schooling. Okay, well, whatever, same thing. It's the same march to the same drum. They do the same mantra, the same chant. They don't teach kids anything anymore. They don't teach them to think. They teach them to test well. Kind of like the CCP over there with their, that's the way they teach their children over there. They don't teach them to think or to reason like that, just not from a young age. It's more something later. You've never been under communism. Well, yeah, you are right now, pretty much. This is pretty close to, well, it's digital and monetary communism. The haves, the have-nots. Look how many people they erased from the middle class with their I can't breathe. Like, they pinned Christ back to a tree and made him so he couldn't breathe, and pegged him, staked him to a stalk or a yoke, and then raised him on that tree. And that was how they crucified a man. He formed a cross. He wasn't hung on a cross, and nobody carried crosses. So, but anyways, he couldn't breathe, and that's what they did to him. Like, those are those 3 nails that's on your Monster Energy can. Va, va, va. What do you think those represent? Those represent the 3 nails that they put in Christ. Unleash the beast, baby. It's in everything. I can't not go anywhere and not see it. You know what I'm saying? It's in everything. It's in everything. They put it in, and people are like, damn, dude, I can't even watch a movie with you. I'm like, I know, that's why I don't watch movies anymore. That's all I do is decode them. Like, you can't even watch the movie, man. I know. This is ridiculous. They've been propagating you and everything. See that clock on the back of the wall? See why it's that time? See that thing on that shelf over there? See, everything in these movies, and I don't care if it's B-rated, it has purpose. I don't care if it's a certain number of boards, windows, buildings. Oh, you're crazy. Okay, so was Noah. He was crazy for what, 126 years, and then it rained. So, I don't know, Christ's been preparing for 2,600 plus years, and Noah's a kind of a prepper if you think about it. So, leave this place, go to prayer where my house father's at, prepare. So, I hope you're getting ready for afterlife. Afterlife Jesus. That's going to be the one right there. That's the wedding feast of the lambs. That's Shiloh. Stop calling him Jesus. Call him Shiloh. Okay? Just leave the J out of it for now. It don't matter. You can call him Jesus. All glory to Jesus Christ, the Hamashiach, born in Bethlehem from the house of David, not Nazareth. David was born in Bethlehem. Remember, it was the Star of David, the Star of Bethlehem. So was Christ. He was born in Bethlehem. Remember, nothing good could come of Nazareth. So that's how they hung him on a tree. Hello, say crucify him so he can fulfill the prophecies. Sometimes you just shut up, huh? Boy, that sure pissed the Pharisees off, didn't it, when they wanted an answer from Christ, didn't they? And he just sat there quiet. Meeker and all get out. Read the scriptures, brothers and sisters. Christ was so beautiful. He knew exactly what he was doing. There is no prophets. You're an idiot, MMA. So There's no prophets. The prophet is the word teacher. So you just don't like the gospel. You don't like these truths. You want that sweet, easy, sit down one day, Sunday, hang on a cross, Jesus. So take your cross, Jesus, somewhere, your pecker, Jesus, somewhere else. All right, Nimrod? Get behind me, Peter. They don't love these truths, brothers, sisters. Don't worry about it. We're not going to try to change anybody in here today. It's not going to happen. Father has already created the vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. Hashtag that out around this north, east, west, and south. Let's get with the news. Remember, not Anderson Cooper, CIA trained operative Cooper. That's why. Never mind. I don't want to go there. So, but, like tires, Cooper tires. How about Firestein? Steen or Stein? Hey, I got them Jewish tires. Not only do they stop on a dime, but they pick it up. All right, they're spiritual tires, spiritual Jewish tires. Get it? All right, moving on. They're spiritual, holy rollers. Get it? All right, get out of here. You guys can't even have a silly little, play some silly little dialect with you. Little visual, little verbal voodoo for you. All right. Just poking at you a little bit. You'll be all right. Remember, it's supposed to cut like a knife. I'm just barely giving you the stick. No, I got the magic. This ain't 50 Cent up in there, all right? All right, guys. More entertainment. Imagine this channel if we just talked about Babylonian brainwaves all day. They'd probably unban the channel and we'd have hundreds of people in the chat. People like, yeah, Team America. Everything's awesome when you're part of the team. I can't lose to get a trophy. Every time I lose and I win. All I do is win, win, win. All right. So let's break it down for just a moment, guys. This is really happening. Warp speed. Now 48-hour jab with Stinky Muskrat. They've got their smart jab. So he just turned his base on he just turned on the MAGA base. And I don't really see very many things that are organic in this lifetime that I live. Most things are scripted, like I said, like 99.9999999999999 things are scripted because Father creates all things. So even it's 100% scripted. So I take that back. That was a lie. I rebuke myself. Father creates all things. So no such thing as chance, no such. So, okay, it's going by the script. So there's a reason why they say these things. Remember, it was Stinky Muskrat that came out and said he was he was an EpiPen Island boy. And how long have I been pointing this out to you here on this ministry? That he went to the island with Joe. They trade lightsabers in their ice holes and all this. Remember Star Wars, Starlink, Stinky, Luke, I am your father. Their Anakin Skywalker daddy. That was a good one. We just came up with that. Kind of like Pecker Jesus the other day. Well, Woody Woodpecker pecking on a tree, pole, steak. All right. Hey, you are what you eat. He said eat of the meat, not this watered down. You just used to that watered down Jesus is what you got. The other one that Paul spoke of. So this man decorates his house with Satan. He gets reselected so he can be president 9/11. And then if you stand down, skip Joe Biden, and well, he had to let the Biden. So that's why he stood down. But anyways, he flips the script, remember, or the list. He's making a list. He's checking it twice. Is Trump on the list? We know he's been naughty, not nice. Remember, he's going to grab her by the pussy. Remember, anyways, I don't want to hear that. Remember, I think he said he'd marry his daughter too. So, I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is. I have no personal qualm against the guy. I'm supposed to shine light on the darkness. So, couldn't be any more blasphemous than I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense as a billionaire. Could you be more swine blasphemous than that? So pay attention because they already said there was a list. Now he's saying there's no list. Now they're talking about not the list. They're talking about the files. We want the list because we know you're on the list. They already let him out on the list long ago. He was already on the list, remember? So it's not, you can't hide it anymore. We're in the age of Aquarius. It's not like they're hiding in California, burning big statues or owls, statues and chickens and all that. No, they're all in Davos, Switzerland. They meet there now. They're not hiding it. This ain't no conspiracy theory. That's a CIA term. So if you use that term, you're a CIA front. They've been programmed like some android, like a robot. Get out of here, you little animatronic, like a Chuck E. Cheese ride or something. Play a little skee ball with you. Throw balls in your hole. Juggle some balls while you're at it. So, what was that there? See, I didn't see that. Zachary, what Father does is, the nice thing about Father is what he does is he rebukes us, and he's going to rebuke you with the word. So you're not going to rebuke yourself. Remember what Father wants. It's good that you're questioning what Father wants, but you will have no doubt. I'm telling you, Father is so like a thorn in your side that won't go away. It's a nonstop nagging at you. So listen to that. That's Father inside you. We're all sinners, Zachary. We're all going to fall short of the word. There's no doubt that we don't. But, whatever it is, you're going to have to turn for whatever you're doing eventually and stop doing it, whatever that is, or start doing it. Remember, it's not just not doing something. There's a lot of things that we don't do that Father requires us to do, like take up our cross daily. So that's what I'm saying. That's Father doing. He's rebuking you. Listen to it. I told you, well, you don't need it. It's like a personal trainer, like a one size fits all kind of hat, whether it's Velcro, it just, you got to fit any size, he's there to make sure that you, or if there's something that, but think about this though, Zachary, some people don't have that nagging in their, see, this is what I've been trying to explain to people on this ministry for years, is that Father's always been inside us. He's not in the sky. At one point in time, you didn't know you were doing wrong. You take a little ball out of somebody's yard because you were, oh, look, a little red ball, and you go get it and play. Hey, that's our, oh, it looks cute. Hey, that's our ball. Oh, honey, let him have it. We don't know the difference. See, there's, at one point in time, the age of accountability turns on inside your head. The age of accountability. That's him. He's been there all along. He's never, you know what I'm saying? He never leaves you. That was the promise, when he destroyed that physical temple. He only visited just one day a year. Now we have to be with him every day. Every day. He's not in the sky. Sky Daddy, pecker Jesus, take your Sky Daddy God and somewhere else. So it sounds like, again, Zachary, that he's rebuking your heart. He's making you stay in this word. This world just gets less and less appealing. The things of the world, the sin of the world, and the sin we do, we just want to be more like with Father, not so we can be prideful and be better, so we could be more Christ-like. Like he said, follow after me, conform to my image. So if you're not doing what he did, then you can know everything in the book too. If you're not living, walking, legs on faith, then you're not Christ-like. And so we must follow what he did, and he paid a serious price, and he was hated, not loved. Everybody with this pecker Jesus, this lollipop, let's go the other side, this lollipop Jesus, this sweet Jesus is not Christ. He was not loved by this world. Again, they striped him, they whipped him, and he said, conform to my image. Does anybody want to whip you, put holes in you, rip your beard out of your face, put a crown of thorns, not these little TB thorns, but thorns so deep they went into his cranium, into his skull, peg you, stake you to a stalk or a yoke, and then raise you back, and so you can't breathe, because that's what they did to him. Nobody knows, anybody outside of this ministry doesn't know, or from Grace and Truth doesn't know what a crucifixion is. People think Christ was hung on a cross. Nobody ever hung on crosses. Nobody ever carried a cross. Christ didn't carry a cross. That's the society. That's what religion does to people. It makes them lame, dumbs them down, lollipops them, sticks a sucker in their mouth. Get it? Got another one for when that one runs out. Don't ask any questions. They're dumb. So it is what it is. Ask no questions, you're not going to know nothing. You have to ask these things. You have to sit down with your brothers and sisters. You have to sit down with the word. You're not going to fake this. You're not going to, there's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as free will. Father sees everything you're doing. He's not, why are you worried about satellite cameras and Snowden saying, oh my God, the government father knows inside. He's been inside you. Every time you thought you got away with some, no, you didn't. He's going to pour out a just measure when he returns on everybody. So that's why he tells us don't seek vengeance. Turn your cheek. 7 times 70 under this gospel. We want to unload on people, but we can't. Even yourself. Sometimes you get upset at yourself. Some people do. Finish it, and you got to endure to the end. I'm a prior veteran, prior law enforcement officer. Boy, I'll tell you what, I don't like the things I've done. So what? Life ain't Burger King. Can't always have it your way. This ain't hold the pickles, hold the lettuce. Special orders don't upset us. It's going to get rough. You're not going to do it. It's not going to be what you like. Whosoever come after me, let them deny themselves. Take up your cross daily. Deny yourself daily. You're my disciple. Take up your cross. Follow after me. Does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Then you're probably not doing it right. And who are you to judge? That's what I'm supposed to do. I'm not under the Levitical laws. I'm not under the laws of judgment. I judge with righteous judgment. I use the word, and he uses it at me, and he uses it on my heart to rebuke me with it. That's what calls out to me. It's the word. It's the word that's on my heart that goes, man, I'm not following that word. See, Father rebukes our heart with the word. So, God talks to me, Zachary. Tracy, this is God. No, he doesn't talk to me like that, Zachary, at all. God's with me all the time. He talks to me through the word, through this New Testament. It's on my heart, and that's how it speaks and calls out to me. Like a thorn in my side, he makes me do these things, read it over and over until I get it. If I don't get it, then he makes me read it and reproof it again and again and again and again. That's what he's done to me. He's refining me over and over and over. So that's why we're supposed to sup with others that are doing this same process, carrying their cross, crucified, being refined by wicked men that do things that think it's just okay to let evil flourish. Cover for pedos like Warp Speed. We're just going to cover for the pedos. We're going to straight outright say that this is what they're doing. I'm going to have a pizza gate. Remember? Broadway gate, pizza party. Don't you remember all that stuff with Billary? And she was at his inaugural dinner. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate with these people. Podessa. I haven't forgotten none of this, guys. None of it. And then they're still touching kids at airports because they dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes at free fall speed. With Tesla Tech and pyrotechnics. Remember Building 7? They decided to pull it. That's a pyrotechnic. Just EOD. That's a explosive ordnance division. Those are the ones who. All right. Anyways, no, it was Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon who did deals with the Bushes. People just needed a finger, somebody to point to blame. That's it, bro. See how easy people get lulled to sleep? That's why he warned of sorrows, birthing pains. You notice they pull back. Oh, everything's good now. Bam! Yeah, like another wall of intensity, huh? Like wandering Jews out there in the middle of the desert, just temporary places of study. Tabernacles, right? Intense, like hitting a wall, man. Bam! Well, anyways, it's temporary, but intense tabernacles. Intense. Well, it's intense because it just gets, this world we live in here, people don't care. How is it that this guy could sit there and say that this list existed? What was it? Bondi said it was on her desk, but it's been long before they want to blame it on the Biden. No, he's the one who let Biden. Remember, he had to let Biden so he could get the sticker, so his buddies could play poker and get rich still. You could play poker if you'd like. That's why he let the Biden and then say, all right, I'm going to let him, and he's going to play the poker game too, and then all my buddies are going to get rich. Did you stick to the script? Did you go get your booster? 3, 4, 5, how many did you get? I don't know. Some of these people are just... So I don't generally sup with anybody who is boosted. Maybe 1. I don't know. Some people they didn't know, guys, so whatever. 2? Nah, probably don't want to hang around anybody who was double boosted because they probably took 3. They're probably still wearing a mask. Poor children. They veiled Christ's face. That's what I know it's stupid. Find another job. Seriously. Don't go to China. They make everybody wear them over there. But I understand that. There is certain jobs that you have to. You know what I'm saying? I work construction, and there's times where I'm using, hand tools and stuff and getting dust and, up in rafters and sure. So I understand. But the whole face diaper thing was just a ritual masquerade so they can get everybody to fall in line and take away the middle class and make the rich get richer, the poor get poorer. It did a great job, and it just unalived a whole bunch of people. So I know many people out here are not here anymore because of that greatest jab ever. You know what I'm saying? So it's ridiculous, though. This was a country that was supposed to be about rights, the right to choose. So, well, if you breathe it in and you die, we're not going to cover you on your health insurance. So it's your choice. This is America, right? No victim, no crime. You have the right to face your accuser under the Constitution, so the state can't be the accuser, and they're not the victim. That's stupid as hell, and I hate this country so much. Can't wait to see it burn by judgments, by Father, not by my doings or anybody else's. Father will send the four angels to the four corners, and they'll oh, great! Babylon, alas, alas, it is no more, as the captains will say afar on their ships, their vessels. So that day will come, and I'll be very happy to see that day from this strangulation nation that likes to make people fornicate with her and force them to fornicate. That's called rape. That's what we just did for 50 plus years with the US dollar. Petrodollar made everybody pay for the oil with the US dollar. Who do you think's responsible for all the oil wars? Warp Speed, baby. Warp Speed himself, because they got the Tesla tech that they've had for millions of years, thousands of years. So they know what they're doing. This is called eugenics program. You'll own nothing. You'll be happy. Soylent Green. Here we are. It's all here. This is America Ever After. This is SHTF. Welcome to SHTF. This is where you get hit in the face if you didn't get out of the way already. And remember, be in it, but be not of it. You should already got out of the way. He already told you, do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Eat too much fruit. That'll give you the runs. You better get out of the way from that fan. Like Donald Trump, he always cares about people's genes. Like diarrhea, it runs in the genes. Get it? Good genes, so they love their family. Can't keep it in the fans, keep it in the family. So it's what they do. That's why he decorates his house with a, 58-story Babylonian Manhattan Tower with a 66 penthouse floor all decked out with Apollyon, the sun god, Satan, Mithra. He's not even hiding it. It's in movies. It's been, I don't know how many people have done blogs just on that specific subject, pointing out it's obvious right in front of everybody's face, but reelected, like Time Magazine's Man of the Year. They loved him. Mr. Charlie Chaplin mustache guy, little funny mustache guy. Remember him? So I've seen somebody do a blog or do some work that they think that might be John, his dad, John Christ. Some of these people live double lives. They do. He disappeared, remember? Yep. And his sister, remember, his mom is Mary. You know that Donald Trump's dad is John Christ and his mother's name is Mary, right? So it's Christ and Mary. Trump's parents' name are Christ and Mary. Yeah. Could you be any more mocking the Drumps from Scotland? I know these people with their Reich, their Scottish Reich and the Queen. I'm not stupid. I'm a million years old. You're not going to fool me. I've been around. This ain't my first rodeo. So, Father creates these men to do these things for his will. Father has to create evil. There would be no... Father created the light from the dark, if you go back to the book of Genesis, if you remember that. So, there has to be dark. It's necessary. Necessary evil, if you will. Somebody's got to test the bride. It's not temptation. It's a test to your faith. That's right. Zachary, you got it. This Father you pulling, if I didn't call out the hearts to seek after me, so he's making you seek him more and more every day. Go study Brother Jim, too. It's so awesome. He talks about the onion layer. You know how we circumcise our flesh from the inside out. You know, it's a reverse circumcision, and so it's spiritual. So the more that we cut off that eccentric rings, the more and more he grows inside of us. So he starts out as a little small. When we're a baby believer, we're a big old fleshy being, and we don't cut it off from the outside. We cut that off and we become thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner. We want less and less and less and less of it, like Brother Jim's in his 80s, and he don't want to go to the bar. He didn't want to go to the bar at his 60s, or probably even his 50s. I don't want to go to the bar. What do I want to go to the bar for? You know, people go there and get all drunk and get mad and fight for each other for no reason. You know, not all the time, but and people can go to a bar and have a drink and be responsible. Not every bar is a frickin', you know, but that's just, you're kind of asking for it. Don't sup with vipers. You don't hang out some crack house, some trap house, or, you know, whorehouse and have $10 in your pocket. Be all up right there and sit there for a long time, and pretty soon you're going to be asking what you get for $10, and you know she's going to say anything you want, because she will mix a lot. That's the way they do that, you know. Buttermilk biscuits, baby. She'll butter those biscuits for you. I'm sure she will. $10, anything you want. So yeah, don't sup with vipers. We don't partake in these things, and Father calls out to his bride. So none of us are going to be anywhere close to perfect. All of us are filthy rags, and again, we all fall short of the word. So don't worry about that's why we don't need to worry about changing anybody. You know, Father created these vessels of wrath to go do evil things, and he judges them for the sin he created them to do, and then he throws them in hell. That's the Shiloh, that's the Father, that's Christ, that's the Most High that I love so much, because if he didn't create them, then they wouldn't. It's mathematical to me. I'm more of a math kind of, it has to math, but I mean, it is spirit, but because I'm a Magi, there's a clock up above my head, which is still like a calendar, which is in numbers. So calendar's still numbers, and it's not 2025. So stop fooling yourself. You're a lunatic. You go buy some lunar calendar. Stop fooling yourself again. You're being foolish. If you're not speaking up at least about everybody should be speaking up about this lunar calendar. What the hell? Why is the new year in the middle of the winter? This is blasphemy. We see what this is. This is the Svasti. This is the wheel of the ball god. You know, eat your kids, Krampus, Santa, Jesus Christ. That was outlawed in this country. They'd fine you and throw you in jail if you celebrated that orgy. It's an orgy, Jesus, is what it is. It's a ritual of an orgy. The Romans, they loved orgies, remember? Remember how they went out? Hello, you know nothing about Rome, do you? Feeling a little Romanesque right now, isn't it? It's not a word, is it? We've said it in here before. Romanesque. All right. So, yeah, there we go. The original sin. So we have to do this to start this cycle again. We're going to do this again. Truth always marries a lie. We always fall short of Father's word because of temptation. No, because we don't listen. There was no tempting. They caused deception. Remember, Leviathan, Father knew that they were going to sin and fornicate with the devil. How do you think that Canaanite bloodline came? The one that was left out of the lineage, right? Esau hated, right? His brother Nimrod, all this, you know your lineage, and you'd be able to figure out why Father, truth always marries a lie. Ahab married Jezebel. I'm not even going to go there. Who did David marry? Just never mind, guys. Like I said, David had how many concubines and how many wives, but this is the way Scripture runs every single time. Truth always marries a lie. That's what happens. So this is why Father has to do this now. And that's why he created this covenant, because we always fall under this covetousness and want to use whatever we can to not buy it and think we're fooling Father, and we can do it by some other way, and it's not possible. It tells us that if we try to enter through any other way, other than that straight gate, through the narrow way, you're a thief and you're a robber, is what you are. That's what the word tells us. So you're just stealing your own inheritance by self and robbing yourself of your own will. By your own will, you're not doing Father's will, so you're not going to receive in that will. It was a new living will and testament, and in a will, somebody receives an inheritance because somebody croaks, remember? Well, he didn't croak. He left this place because he had to fulfill all the laws of flesh, prophecy, ritual, fee, fine, everything. So we're not under any of these celebratory laws, Levitical laws, Sabbatical laws, dietary laws. It's not what goes in us that defiles us under this covenant. It's what comes out of us. So you're defiling yourself if you're not going out and sharing the word of the Father. We have to be charitable with the light. That's part of agape. We have to be patient with ourselves, patient with others, and patient with the Father. We don't know. A day on this rock is like, 1,000, and there is no 1,000, but we'll use what, Scripture's translation so you can understand, but you don't understand Father's time. So um, I fail on that all the time. The worst. Father's going to beat the snot, and he does that to me all the time, like with this court case. Said, good timing, bad timing, I don't know. Except remember, I have till Monday to come up with $20,000, and I don't think it's going to happen. So bad timing, I guess. Father's timing. Father's will be done. So I'll get close to the 15, maybe 12 or 13, but I surely won't. But that's okay. Maybe Father will bless this since it's been such a long battle, and they'll drop the charges. Then I won't have to pay the extra $5,000, which he's given me pretty much a freebie. But because he's not a cheap attorney in any way, shape, or form. So do appreciate Father blessing me with this, and but thy kingdom come, thy will be done. I'm not going to do it. My timing's off. I don't want to know what his timing is, and I don't even want to make any plans because he just keeps crushing everything that I've tried to do. He's done it my whole life. Seriously. Can't make plans with Father. He makes sure that I end up going and just stay between the lines. That's all he does. Can't do anything outside the line. Nope. Got to stay in his will. There's only other, if I try to, I wreck the ship when I think I can steer the vessel. So it's my own fault, right? So don't make any plans, and God won't crush those for you. Don't worry about it. And just do his will. Thy kingdom come. That's all I pray for is his will. So heck yeah. So what's got me where I'm at right now in this world of hurt, but that's not supposed to be easy. So yeah, that's what we do. That's what we do. Hey, and I found out something too, guys, which is I've been giving you guys some incorrect information that those hindering prosecution and interfering with the peace officer charges, they didn't file felony charges on those charges. So heck yeah. And I think that's something, again, that this attorney will be able to handle. He's expensive. He's the one I hired for Elijah. I didn't want Elijah to go to prison for 7 years, so I had to hire an attorney who can keep him out of prison. So that's what I did. And it cost me a lot more than I paid on this one. I can tell you. That's why I know he's giving me a deal. He needed to do a quarter of the work on the last one. He's going to have to do a lot more work on this one too already. And he's not charging me as much. So I'm very happy that, that I even have the precious metals, and I didn't want to give them up because I wanted to buy the Ecuador farm out down there and give it to the ministry. But I'm over that now. I'm going to talk about it still because I want to still do that for the food aspect, but it is what it is, man. I got to take this. That's what I was hoping to. Somebody's going to steal it from me if I don't spend it soon. Remember, every time 40 pounds of silver just, got stolen, and all my gold just got taken from me 15 months ago. So, and then 25 pounds, not that long ago. So I have some. I don't have anything like that in silver now, but I better spend what I have here, right? Before somebody comes and takes it from me. That's what seems to happen every single time with my precious metals. I try to get it for me to put up for retirement because I don't have Social Security, disability. I don't get benefits. I never got any child support back. No, I don't have any. I have to work for what I have. So I'll probably have to work till I die. So that's why I've tried to pay the ministry off, just be ministry focused. And that's all I need to worry about is the ministry. So I've actually been able to retire. That's awesome. I'm still going to work, I'm still work, but I just work for the ministry now. I don't have to worry about me anymore. And like, oh, I got all these bills to, 65 acres of land payments, so we'll see. I only have till Monday. So I should have paid them today. I should have went and paid them today. They sent me more paperwork today, an e-file thing. So they're super serious. And it says in the email, you need to give us the money so we can start the paperwork. So till I give them the money, there ain't no paperwork getting started. And I need to, I've got a court date coming up in days away now. Like a week, a little over a week or something like that. So Father will provide. Like I said, I've already figured that I have to give up the precious metals. So, oh well. What do you do? I'm glad that I have them. Like I said, what it took me, the sweat and blood that I had to do to get those pieces of gold were Not like you guys. I don't do what you do. I work out in the middle of the desert, and I work a long way away from people, and I've traded for every piece of gold that I have. Actually, I purchased some silver, but I didn't buy any gold. I purchased some things and then fixed them and traded them and fixed them, and didn't moved up, and um, so heck yeah, I'm glad that I have it, and it will go towards finding my son and daughter. If nothing else, John has a really good investigator too, and I already knew where he's at, but now I need to figure out if he's alive or not. If this Josephine County judge was sent in to cover something up, I really felt like he should have taken a recess when I said my son was murdered in this county. I think that was the time for him to stop and say, hey, wait a minute, we need to take a sidebar recess or something here. We can't, and I just kept putting it on the record. He told me I was nutty. I was speaking gibberish because I said my daughter had potentially been murdered as well, or raped, and it's just he didn't care. I didn't say raped on that, but I said both my son and daughter had been murdered in that county, and he didn't stop. He didn't care. They just wanted to throw me in the bus. I'd be in jail right now if I didn't do this. If I didn't say, okay, I got to give up this precious metals and get an attorney, because I've avoided this for 15 months trying to let them appoint me legal counsel, because why should I pay? They're the ones who wrecked the property. They're the ones who came out here and destroyed everything out here. The ones who shot my son, hit my daughter with a grenade, kidnapped her, hit my son with a grenade, hit me in the face with a grenade, shot 5 That's all excessive force. So, but I have to get through the criminal case, period. So that's it. I'll stop talking about it. So I have till Monday. I might do another couple streams and see if somebody can help at all, but I don't want anybody to help unless they don't have a lot of extra. Like seriously, like the wind just came and blew a stack of $1,000 out your window. I was like, oh, well, whatever, honey. The neighbors will get it. It's no big deal. They could probably use it anyway. So that's what I need. That kind of disposable income, or it's fine. I'll just take in whatever I'm short with the precious metals. I'm sure I'll figure it out. I have some other things. I've got a couple radiation detectors over there. I've got some really expensive ham radios. I've got land up for sale. So it's not like I'm not trying to sell everything. Actually, I slashed everything I own to half price on the internet, just not getting any likes. So I get kiboshed, like I said in here before. I don't know how many times you've used the internet, but when you're not making money for the system and you mostly trade and horse trade, they do a pretty good job at banning you and keeping your IP address. And I know they can just straight shut me off, because I know I can relist something and I'll get the hits within 2, 3, 4, 5 hours, and then it shuts off. I don't get any more likes. I don't get any more comments, good or bad or different. So that's about my limit. Last time I relisted, it was 3 hours and nothing. I even relisted my motorcycle for $2,300 or something. That's a $5,000 V6 Honda Valkyrie. Beautiful bike with bags, fairing, ape hangers. I got, even some gear to go with it. Should have been gone. This is the middle of the summer. The bike should be gone like that. Not even one like, the flatbed. That's a $6,000-$7,000 diesel, turbo diesel flatbed, dually, with the snorkel on it. Really nice tilt cab, the whole thing. It's a really nice utility vehicle. But people try to trade me for it in the past when I had it out here for the ministry. I think I got it for $3,500. I ain't got one person like it, comment on it, interest, nothing. So they just got me shut off on the internet. So now I pretty much decided that I either can come in here and today, because I'm not getting, the internet hit, I went and drove down to the end of the property, the driveway down to where the driveway would be, and pulled up there and put a sign down at it's the thing on the cover here that the property's for sale. So anybody want to buy a property here in Silver Lake, Oregon? This is the largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. I listed it at $38,999. I actually had somebody just wanted to trade me a $40,000-$50,000 Tesla wall for it the other day. I just can't do the Tesla wall right now. I wish I could. I could put out freeze dryers out here, guys. I could put this whole place off the grid with that Tesla wall. That would be an amazing asset to this ministry to have a Tesla wall out here. I don't like Tesla, none of that crap, but the ability to have you could hook up a studio out here. You could hook up the well pump. You could run a freeze dryer. We could put refrigerators out here. All the lights can run on it. It'd run 2 cabins in another building. That would run. We don't use that much power like most people do in their house. So this is definitely a hard one to swallow. It always seems like when I can't use something, somebody offers something, I have to pass on it. And man, if I was just 6 months ahead from now, I could really use that for the ministry. Wouldn't that be awesome to have for the ministry? A whole wall that could take care of all that power, to have a studio and hook up a freeze dryer and go off the grid. And well, we're already off the grid, but I'm saying never go on the grid, because you have that. It would be all the power that it actually needs to run a freeze dryer. That's the one that's hard for me to swallow. It's like, just do it. Who cares? But I need to sell that land to buy the Ecuador property. So that's what I'm going to do. Like I said, I was planning on taking the gold and silver, because I think gold and silver in the next 6 months at least silver will double or triple, and gold will probably double. So just hard to see something that I know that's going to go up in value. And I wish I could have just sold something and held on to it, for now, and used it at a later time and date when I know it'll be worth more. And I'm not using it for me. Through all this hard work for doing this, it's to give back to the ministry. So it's what I do. I can't help it. If I just would do more for me, I probably wouldn't be in this position, but I don't have any regrets for what I do. And I'm going to continue doing what I do until the day I die. I'm too far down this rabbit hole now, if you will, to change this. Old dog is not going to, I can learn new tricks, but I'm not going to change what I know, my morals and my value, what I do. So I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who's can deal with me. I know I'm a lot to handle. For most people, can't take, too much of me in person. I'm a little more than the average bear, not above, but just, I forget sometimes people are not as studied as me, and most things I say go right over their head. My son has had to remind me of that many times. He's like, Dad, that person doesn't anything you're talking about. I'm looking at them, Dad, they're just sitting there like a blank screen. You lost him like 3 minutes into the conversation. So, man, I miss having my son around. Gosh, he's such a smart guy. Oh, my goodness. What did Father do with Elijah? What did Father do with Adriana? Are they safe? Are they alive? Are they dead? So, that too. Why go to jail, if possible, and have those precious metals sitting in some safe when I could have given them and potentially found out if my son or daughter are dead or alive? I don't care what anybody says. That's a good price to pay for all the work that I did, because there's a lot of work to get, remember, and I'd already just lost 40 pounds here of silver and my gold not that long ago, and had nothing. I had to start out with nothing again. So good trade-off. I would do it again every single time. Thank you, Father, for giving me the ability to do it and having the ability to work hard enough out here. Even when I was put under an extreme stressful situation, I still was able to produce the things that I needed to do. And like I said, I think I'm gonna come up a couple thousand short. I think I have about $12,000 or $13,000 worth of gold and silver, but it is what it is. I'm gonna give him that, and I'm sure he'll give me a week or two. Something will sell out here. Like I said, I have some other things. Even if I have to go, like, I don't want to, I'll go to a pawn shop or something. And like I said, those ham radios are quite expensive. They're a very unique set of, well, they're Yaesus. They're not Baofangs. They're waterproof, and they're 5-band. They're a whole different kind of, they're not very easy to get a hold of, these ones. These ones are kind of a unique model. So that's why I sought them out, because I thought, this is something when I was in not again any different mindset, but a lot more preparedness mindset. And I had to, when I lost everything in my first, when I lost all the silver, I lost more than just silver. I lost freeze dryers and generators, a lot of survival things. But yeah, I've been able to bring some of these back because I was better at doing it. So some of the things that I didn't get, I learned from my mistakes, and I was able to get better with these radios. They were definitely something I wanted, a high quality, the highest quality I can get. I mean, if the grid goes down, and you don't even have to talk on the radio, but just to hear somebody else's voice, know that there's other things going on, because you can listen in on all those bands, different bands. It would be worth just having it, to not even try to send out some kind of an emergency. So like I said, they're nice. I've showed them on here. They're really nice. I don't know exactly what the volume of them be now, but I paid a lot for them back then. I got radiation detectors and things like that. I'd love to keep them too for the ministry. Nice to have those things here, because I don't really need them anymore. Like I said, most everything I have, it just stays here with the ministry. I don't It's just part of the ministry now. People can have, obviously, the things that here that are needed. Um, in the time be, that's why they're put into place. I don't buy most of the things. I don't buy for me anyways. I'd say about 95% of what I buy is for other people in my life in the last 20 or 30 years. Physical stuff is just kind of lame now. Owning things is okay, but I don't really have to. I'm over it. I don't, like I said, I can really say I don't really, I mean, right now I haven't been able to completely get this title over because I'm trying to get this to where this tax thing with this 501c3 taken care of, but I don't want this to have any link to the government. What's my opinion on illegal versus legal immigrants? What's legal? What's the difference between legal and lawful? Do you just hand a cop your license, or you tell them, no, you tyrant pig? What's your reasonable articulate suspicion to be pulling me over? What crime have I committed? Are you just one of these people who lays down to this corporation? What do you mean illegal? I mean, you have to ask permission to come to another country, get a piece of paper. Oh, you got to do the same thing to build on your own property. You know that? Ask permission, get a permit, ask permission to feed yourself, feed your family, to go fishing or hunting. I hate this country so much. A nation of immigrants trying to keep out all the immigrants. People totally forgot what this country was about, but that's okay. Most people are idiots, and they don't even realize that during the 44th regime, there were other than Mexicans coming across this border at 80% since then. So there's very few Mexicans coming across the border as a whole compared to all these other people that are coming across here. So I love migrants. I think they're amazing people, and I'd rather have migrants living on my property right now than a bunch of lazy ass, weak ass American people. They suck. They don't care about their own citizens. They let citizens die on the streets of their own country, and they send money to Iran and Israel. Trump just sent another $1 billion to Iran. Remember, he was going to pull out of there in 48 hours. So said you got the 48-hour jab. $500 billion went to that too. So he always does that. He's honest. He does the two-face with Biden, and he let the Biden. They're all wings to the same dragon. So it's all planned. It's all predicted. People have been coming in here since I was born, right there on the freaking border, right there on the border. Most of my friends I had many friends in school that didn't have paperwork. Somebody's committed a crime and they came here without paperwork or something, get them the fuck out of here. I understand that. Robbery, rape, murder, they don't need to be here, but that's not what they're doing. Yes, they're still pulling people out like that, but they're not just taking those kind of people. So remember, it was Iran. They were going after Iranians. People looked Iranian because we were bombing Iran, and now we're not. So I haven't heard any emails about that. Even like I said, in California with all the migrants down there in their waving, right, supposed Mexican flags. I said 80% of the people coming across the border are other than Mexican. People are stupid, man. Too nice. The word stupid means nice. Nice means to be stupid. So shut up and they don't say anything. I love migrants. If I could bring a bunch of my house here, I'd house them all. They probably appreciate it. Shit, a lot of them came without eating any food for days, fasted weeks. Shit, Americans, most people never even missed a whole day, let alone a meal. Get all diabetic, get all weird. Their blood sugar gets all messed up because they ain't never been without food. So I talked about it in here. I said, fuck you, DOJ. I'm going to bring some migrants here. I'm going to go down to the border and pick me up some migrants since nobody wants to come out here and homestead with me. I've got housing out here. I've got solar panels. I have all this stuff for years. No Americans ever came here. Kevin did. He showed up. So he bought the property next to me. Now we got him off grid. He's living the dream. Man, that battery he bought was so nice. Holy crap, that battery he bought was made 10-year warranty, all that. Man, that's a nice system. So, but he got those good ZAMP panels. I sold him those really good panels. I set it all up for him, power inverter, charger control, got them all hooked up. He's off the grid. But anyways, that was the whole idea, was to bring people out here. And I can't get no lazy ass Americans off their Call of Duty or World of Warcraft to get that fat thumb and bitching about migrants coming across the border when they're the ones actually paying their food stamps. Well, they pay Social Security. Many of them do. People have no idea what a migrant is and how any of that works in this country. People are just a bunch of idiots. A nation of immigrants. Oh, wait, you can't call them migrants. You got to call them immigrants. No, they're newcomers. Remember, they were building buildings for them in Venezuela. They emptied all the prisons in Venezuela and brought them here. We're literally building houses, paid for them to live here, and then kicked them all out of here. I hate this place so much that what we're doing to these people. Imagine being here for 20 or 30 years and not committing a crime and then getting kicked out of here. Where the hell would you go? You don't have family back home or your country's many people came here by foot. They have nothing to go back to. Oh, we'll just send them to Alcatraz Island. Fuck it. Woo, America, boys. Crocodile Island. Alligator Island. Shut the hell up. Freaking, like we don't have enough prisons on this. There's guaranteed 80% occupancy of private prisons before they're ever built. There's more people locked up in America than all the other countries in the world combined. All of them combined. There's more people in America locked up behind a rape cage. Oh, this is such a free nation. Freedom. Dum-dum-dum-dum. So it's all these poly meaning many, tick meaning bloodsucker, politicians, many bloodsuckers and their corporate, masters that keep feeding them and electing them, like Donald Warp Speed got selected by the Fortune 500 companies. Who do you think campaign funded him, put him in office? Corporation, hello? There's no election. It's a selection. Grow up. You didn't learn that during, your children are all we're all going to die. You're never going to see snow again. All the polar bears are going to die. The snow is going to die. I think I just said that. The polar bear is going to die. You're not going to see snow. More people voted for Al Gore than any other president in history of this country, and then they gave you Baby Bush. Just like they did the same thing with Clinton was going to be in office, and then they gave you Warp Speed 45, so they can skip Joe, and 4 + 9 is 11. So 9/11 when you skip Joe. So they do it by the book. They do it by the number. They're not playing. They know this script better than all the religions combined. That's why they're so good at enslaving people. If they're not enslaved, they're in open air prisons working for this corporate war machine. So we can send more money to Israel, more money to Iran, more money to Ukraine, more money to strap and tuck your kids right here in the United States. Remember? Jack wants to be Jill, Jill wants to be Jack. Then, $500 million to strap and tuck kids. Do you get a vote on that? So if you support these people, I don't support you at all. Get out of here. Don't ever come back here. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord splits you. Anybody who votes is my enemy. Anybody who's part of the system, my enemy. And I show them to the light. That's what I do. I don't have any vengeance towards these idiots. They don't know what they're doing. They eat themselves. That's what they do. The rich, they always eat themselves. Remember the Yo-Yo worship? That's what they did. They had a lotto, a straw grab, long straw or whatever. Oh my gosh. But anyways, they love their drugs. They love their orgies. They love their meat. They love their wines. They love their cheeses and their veals and their caviars and their frankincense and all their finest. They would barbecue a man after bathing him in sex with beast, man, and woman. Jesus Christ, birth in the middle of winter. This is what people go after today. So why do I have to like this world? I don't have to like it. Not at all. I don't like anything about this world right now. I don't like anything about this country. I like the people. There are some people here that are, but there's no different thing about this country than there is any other country. There's every other country is the same to me. So I hate America, and I hate the government is what I hate. So, and I hate all these people who support this, not the people, but the sin that they're allowing themselves to commit. So I don't hate the sinner. I hate the sin itself. So I'm not hateful. I'm allowed to hate. So don't tell me I'm hateful. I'm okay with that. I shit on every American flag. I burn it. Use it for toilet paper because I didn't take a note to no flag. I took a note to the Constitution, not to a country, not to a flag, to a Constitution, to the rights of the people. That's what I took a note to. So people need to be reminded that are served in the U.S. militaries for this war machine. They forgot what it was. It's not about freedom. Freedom is dangerous. Freedom is borderline criminal. It's about the right to choose. We had rights, and they've been eroded the rights of this country to where near nothing. We know better than any other country. Freer, I said there's more people locked up in America than all the other countries combined. How the hell is that a free country when everybody's in debt? Love you, brothers and sisters, but I'm not going to stand by at this destruction of this country and keep trying to hang on to something they're already tearing down and building a new one. So build your own. Get out of the system, like I said. Nobody ever came out here. What the hell? I'm going to pick me up some migrants at the border. I told that. F you, DOJ. I don't care what you say, NSA. You bet alphabet soup agency. I better get people here who care more about this country, be happy. Can't imagine what somebody'd like. I bet you if I had 3 migrants here, that rusty dragon would be done. The rusty butterfly would be done. Somebody'd help me with this, be done with all this crap. And it's my fault because I could have done it on my own. But I didn't want to do it that. I wanted people to come out here and finish it so they could feel like they lived here. It was part of the, you don't build it all up like some, park and then somebody get to come ride all your rides, right? You wanted to be a part of it. So from the ground up, and that's, well, I had a lot of it built, but that was the dream, and it didn't happen. So, well, I don't care. It can still happen any day. It's still going to happen. I know it is going to happen now because I'm going to sue the snot out of the state of Oregon. I'm going to sue Lake County. I'm going to sue Michael Taylor. I'm going to sue Ted Martin. I'm going to sue Paul Palmer. And I'm going to sue all these people. And I'm sure I will have lawsuits because these attorneys are going to get paid a lot of money. I'm sure they'll take it. I won't have the problem. It's getting the money for the criminal case where actually I had the money. I had more than enough money to hire an attorney. I didn't do it. I paid off the ministry. Done. So there you go. Do I have regrets? No. Would I do it again? Yes. The only part that I feel bad that my son maybe I could have seen my son sooner or my daughter, but I thought you were guilty until proven innocent. You got to let the system do what it's supposed to do. They appointed 2, counsels that didn't do anything in the case. So I was this close to going to jail the other day. The judge was going to come pick me up. He said that where I was at right now and come throw me in jail. So I'm like this close to being thrown in jail. I think it's time to buck up these precious metals I have, and so that's what I'm going to do. So. But I thought I'd come in here once again. Maybe somebody's got abundance. So don't do it if you don't have a bunch. I'm talking like money to just throw away. So you're not throwing it away. You'd be doing something. I can show you what you're doing with your. I don't want to take anything from anybody that doesn't have a tremendous amount of extra. So, and that's nobody right now. Nobody's got extras. I know that. So not very many do. So I have enough right now to become close. Like I said, I'll probably be a couple, 2,000-3,000 short, but that is whatever. That's not bad for getting all this land paid off. I paid off this land this year. I spent, was it $47,000 was the final total price for this land. And then I paid off the 5 acres, which is up for sale right now. So I'm trying to sell stuff too, guys. I'm really hoping that somebody call me today on that land. It's just the near perfect time to be building out here. There's so many people building out here right now. So many new places going up. There's like 3 places going up on this road right now. People are putting up. So Rick's doing one. There's one on the left. Actually 3 or 4 going up on this road right now. So lots of movement out here. Father's just beating the snot out of me. So that's why I went ahead and put a sign out at the property. I built a large, sign on 4x4s and bought a big, huge, for sale by owner sign by the, I think I went up to Home Depot and got it. It's not some regular one. It's a pretty big one, and made it and sunk it into the ground. And thought maybe somebody might drive by going to the dunes today, but I didn't get that call because it's getting a little later. And oh man, it's time to feed my puppy times. Or my puppy times. So, all right, guys, I'm going to take a pause for the cause here and feed these mules. I got my mules, my puppy and mules here. And if you'd like to make a donation, it's thumbs up. That works. Comment. You're here leaving comment donations. Time is donation. Lots of ways to give this ministry. You come out here and live out here. If you were a part of it, there's lots of ways you can get involved with this ministry if you'd like. Right now, I'm facing some logistical issues, and I'm trying to get through this last little hump here. I don't think it's going to have to go to trial or whether, so it's not going to go forever. It can't go. It seems like it's been forever to me, but if you had a son and daughter that could be dead or looking over their shoulders, it's hard every day to get up every day and know that I feel like I could have done more for my son and daughter. So, and I don't love them more than the word. That's why I do so much in here, because I love the word more than I love both of them combined. So, I'm going to get my animals fed. Do you know anybody who's got Bitcoin? I take some Bitcoin. If you got that, there's a Bitcoin Cash App, so I can get Bitcoin. Should have been saying that a while ago, just to mention it, because people have it. Like I said, especially right now, it's up as high as it is. But don't give if you don't have abundance, okay? Links are in the description to PayPal, Cash App, and not a requirement to stay in here as long as you want. You don't ever have to ever donate 1 single cent. It don't even make sense to think that you have to be giving any monetary to be a part of this ministry. Absolutely, positively not. So, but if you made a big old donation, I'm not going to probably make, if you want to mention, I'll do it, but I'm not going to make a super thing or do anything. We're all the same in here. So, maybe somebody will have abundance. Like I said, that's why I do it, because sometimes people do go watch the restream. So maybe it's not one of you guys live here. Maybe it's somebody else. Again, tomorrow's Saturday, and I bet you there'll be $100 million that is given to a bunch of fake ministries tomorrow, fake churches, and nobody's going to give you the meat that I feed you here. I don't think there's any church in this country, any church anywhere. You name a church right now that's giving you this gospel. Where are you finding this gospel being taught anywhere else? Where are you finding these truths? Other than Grace and Truth Ministries, where are you finding these same truths being taught? I don't care which church, which denomination, which country. Where are you finding this true gospel being taught anywhere else? So a lot of people just waste their time. So don't worry about it. Again, Father has already provided. I have some precious metals. I'll just have to take those to the local coin shop and take a big hit on some of these ones that I was trying to hold on for. Some of the stuff like Eagles went up 100% last time. So kind of following the trends of what they did, and was hoping that would happen again this time, but just couldn't hodl. That means hold on for dear life to your precious metals long enough. So I'll, like I said, last 2 times I had 40 pounds, this last time in gold, and then 25 the last time, and they got taken from me. So I better go spend them too before somebody else takes it from me. I mean, that is the one liability. You don't have third party by owning physical, but somebody can come and definitely take it from you. So here's some Cougaran. I think that's a Cougaran. And some, I traded this for a $6,500 Jeep and took a $3,000 loss on it. And these are some more that I did it, when I did some trades. These are Coral Sea Canadian Mint is the one who makes those. Those are 4/9 spine. So that's what I might have to do. It's looking like it. Like I said, I'm running out of time. So stick that back in my pocket. All right, I'm going to feed my dogs, my mules here, guys. I'll be back in a little bit. If you want to take a break, this is a good time to go let your animals out and use the bathroom if you want. If you got those that you need to do and all that, do what you do, whatever you got to do, and I'll come back here in a little bit. We'll come back and have us a little more just open discussion here. I don't really have a set. Like Kingdom Come was the description, or what we put for our title, but we can have a discussion about just about anything. I don't know everything, but I've done a lot of research. I can give you whatever information I have, and whatever line of field that you want to talk about, we can kind of open it up too. So, all right, guys. Again, links are in the description if you have that. If not, come back again, and whatever you can have more time. If you duck out and I don't see you before I get back here, appreciate your always the regulars that come back here year after year. Some of you guys have been with this ministry for years. So what a blessing, man. If we truly look at the numbers of this, like I said, people are going to go a bunch of fake churches tomorrow. My son was actually the one who pointed it out, Civic in here, and he's not, he's been here in a while, but he said that there's millions. Your view count is staggering. He's like, you really have a lot, and he said between TikTok and this, he's like, this is way bigger than any mega churches. I was like, I didn't need to know that, but it is, because it's a worldwide ministry. So what a blessing for that, guys. Thanks for being a part of it, man. Like I said, just being a part of that is a tithe. Just being here, putting good comments that's the requirement. Some time. Book of Malachi says, give 10% of your earnings to a man that's feeding you the meat. So how about 10% of your time if you have it? That's a lot of time. You don't have to give me 10% of your time. That's a lot of time, man. You don't even get that much time. You go to work all day, and then, you know what I'm saying? barely get any time to hang out with the wife and kids most of the time. So people are very poor, time poor. Actually, rich people have a lot of money, but they don't have very much time. I know that because of whatever. You think they do, but they don't. How do you think they got as rich as they are? By sacrificing their time. So I'd rather have time than money. What would you rather have? An abundance of time so you can do the things you need to do and not feel rushed or whatever, or have a bunch of money so you can buy your happiness. Time or money? Leave a comment, okay? You don't have to leave any money, but leave a comment for Christ's sakes. Seriously, I'd rather have time, guys. I could trade that time for knowledge, and that's worth more than any money in the world. So thank you, Father, for making me be wise enough not to go after and chase paper payments and do all that nonsense. But what a terrible, all this hard work to trade it for paper, but the paper is going to trade for an attorney. So it will be money. I believe it'll be well spent. Like I said, even if something doesn't happen the way I want and I can just find out where Elijah and Adriana are at, I'm okay with that. You understand? So once again, would you trade all your precious metals? If your son and daughter were missing, would you trade all the precious metals you had to try to find out where they were? I already kind of have, if you think about it. Remember, I lost the 40 pounds of this, and so what's another, few ounces and about 3 ounces or something like that, gold, a little over that. And I don't even know what I have in silver. Like I said, I think I got about maybe $1,000 or $2,000 in silver, probably at the most. But so that's where I'm at. So I think it's a good trade-off, guys. Or what if I get locked up or something and I didn't spend this to get the attorney and I got this gold sitting somewhere, where it's hidden or something, somebody can find it, and then, or somebody finds it while I'm gone or something. I'm in jail and I could have spent that, I don't think that would settle good with me this time. Last time I went there and it wasn't about that. I actually told, remember last time before my silver and gold got taken, I said, hey, I have other things, don't touch my silver. I have land that I owned. I have, vehicles out, titles, I got all kinds of, I've got, but don't touch my precious metals. And that, don't ever tell anybody that. I said the last time, actually, I said, don't touch my retirement. This silver is mine. You want to take the gold, please bail my son out with that. He's got a little bit of money and, but don't touch my silver. That's my retirement. It's for me. I don't have very few things that I ever buy. And I really wanted to keep some of it to pay this off. I knew if I did it and the price is up now, I'd probably been able to do that. But from what I originally bought, all that, I got that precious metals in. I got it like $15 an ounce. You know what I'm saying? Some of that stuff, $16 an ounce with $1 premiums and stuff. So pretty reasonable. All that, most of that metal was under 20, and now look at it, it's almost 40. It is 40 in Canada, so could have made a good fair amount on that and been a whole lot better situation. But yep, I think it's time to get rid of this precious metal so nobody steals it from me once again. And I wish I could turn it into tattoos. Gold into tattoos, or that because they can't steal your tattoos. All right, you don't have to get tattoos, but hey, tattoos are amazing. They can't be stolen from you. So they can take everything but your tattoos from you. He says, worry about no man that can take your flesh. Only worry if you can take your flesh and soul, brothers and sisters. So, all right, nice. Cool. I got this. I don't really like this work. This guy did this with this other machine, and I'm not into this because I always do, I just don't like the work of it. It reminds me of this. The only other person that's ever used that kind of machine on me was this guy right here. So obviously that was not, you can tell just the difference in all the work. It's just whatever. I want quality work or I want nothing. Give it to me. I want coverage. Some pretty work, some good work, The only man with the Revelation 12 sign and the stars and the sun, get it signed. But anyways, this one here, I recently got this one. I really like this piece. Is the second to last piece I just recently got. I want to get that all the way around. That's good work. I know good work. Look at this. This tattoo's like 10 years, 12 years old. That's good line work. No, look at that. 12, probably 13 years ago, I got that tattoo. Maybe even a little longer than that. Look at the color in that tattoo still. Look at the lines. That's a professional artist right there. That with California Ralph, so and Hell's Angels Harley, they were tattoo artists and Van Nuys, and so. But that's a good quality work right there. Normally those lines would start blowing out, but you get what you pay for. So don't try to buy a tattoo because of the price. Just don't get it. Never buy a tattoo for price. You're in the wrong, and tip your artist really good. That way, when you go back, they'll give you good work. So I think I'm going to go have this guy touch this up. I just like his line work. Like, look at this, some of this stuff I don't want to go into, but look at this. I mean, it's just, it's so me showing you my tattoos, or they just disconnected me for that. So, see what I'm saying? I'll be back. See that line work? That's line work. It'll be like that forever. So, I like traditional. That's what it's called. Well, my brothers, they didn't put you over here so the dogs don't knock down this. I'm here to get them their dinner ski. So, un momento, por favor, sí. Woo. Oh, I just lost my screen. No way. What's going on there? Wow, that's a trip. Never seen that happen before. What's that? Oh, is that like a cover? What is that all about? I don't know. I don't know. Darn it, yeah. Well, I don't know. It don't matter. I'll be Are we live? We're still live. We're live. All right. Thanks for a minute. I made some Swedish meatballs for some homemade Swedish meatballs I made for lunch. So I'm now having them for dinner here. Swedish meatballs. I don't need too much pasta, so it's been a while. I don't know when last time I had pasta. It's been a country minute. I'll put lots of pepper on there. Like, yeah. I even cooked it. I put onions in there too. I didn't call for that, but well, I just made my own recipe. But Swedish meatball. With homemade gravy. It's well, Italians normally have red. Swedish is more like a bouillon, kind of like a light onion, but more like a brown gravy instead of a red gravy. Roux. The roux is brown instead of red. It's not tomato base. It's base. I just use that in bouillon stock, beef bouillon to make the gravy with, and some flour and a little bit of garlic, salt, pepper, and seasoning salt. But I added onions. Swedish meatballs don't have onions in there, but I wanted onions. I was like, oh, I'm going to make them with onions. I don't care. I'm the cook. I get to make what I want here. So it's pretty yummy. I don't eat a lot of pasta, but really used to. I try to stay away from pasta now. Not too often. It's okay every once in a while, but it's like an egg noodle. A lot of the times I do an egg noodle. I made these for breakfast this morning or lunch, whatever. But it's like an egg noodle. Eggs better than wheat, Yeah, me too. I love egg noodles. But I don't eat pasta anymore. I really try to not eat it at all if I can help it. I wish I could grow my own wheat, or rye or whatever kind of, there's different kinds of pasta, obviously, but the pasta is garbage now. It's all genetically modified, turns into too much carbs, too much, it's not the same. People have a high gluten tolerance to wheat, barley, rye, and oats, so things like pasta really trigger that gluten tolerance. Excuse me, intolerance. Man, that's a good little addition to the Swedish meatball dish is a little bit of onion, because I actually cook the meat in the onion grease, from when I sauteed my onions, let it cook off on that, and then I made gravy out of that grease. So it has a slight onion flavor, but not much, barely, just a little bit, which is good. Because Swedish meatballs are just pretty, It's like a brown gravy almost. It's not super, it's not wild, like a very home-cooked meal. Comfort food. Hold on, puppy. I hear you. I hear you. But they go good together. You know, the brown gravy, the rice, or not the rice, the pasta, egg noodle, and not brown gravy. It's just similar. This has more flour in it, obviously. Come on inside, my boys. I see you getting down there, boy. I see you getting it, boy. Well, the kittens were laying on the hay bales, huh? Kittens laying on the hay bales, being good kittens out there. These sure are the best kitties we ever had, huh? Those are the best we ever did have in our whole entire life, huh? Okay, man, I'm eating. Gotta get down. I'm eating. Gotta get down. Hold on. Yeah, onions, yummy. Tango, no begging. Hey, I don't do begging dogs. Move along there, pupper. I can tolerate a lot of things in life, but not a begging dog. Some things I have a zero tolerance for. So your dog is like your kid. You can do whatever the hell you want with your dog, but I don't like my dogs to beg. And they know that. There's some more onions in the end of this bite here. Because I got like big pieces of whole onion. Some of these aren't noodles, these are onion. Sauteed butter and garlic. Mm-hmm. And this is really good meat. This burger is not this million. This came from one cow, not million cow burger, 1,000 cow burger. I'm really picky when it comes to meat, especially red meat. Mm-hmm. You can dry them, freeze dry them too. They're awesome. Onions are awesome freeze dried. You know, that's got pasta, onion, and meat all in the same bite. All, well, they all have that. Not all, but that's a good addition. Mm-hmm. It's just a scratch gravy. No, they have million cow burgers, you know. Nice. Where's my napkin? There it is. Look for my napkin. No, Dad ate it all. You guys didn't get any. You just had your dinner. You guys just had your dinner. You don't need to be eating people food. Puppies don't eat people. Puppies don't eat people food. Puppies don't eat people food. No, you don't need people food. You don't need all the salt and all that extra stuff on there. So, nope. Oh, and then to finish off with some Berkey, baby. Woo! All right, I got to go get some more Berkeys. Uno momento. Now I'm all done eating the puppies, hanging out with the dad. What do you think you're doing, hanging out with the dad? You sitting here with the dad? Why you gotta be so close to the dad? Huh? Some of the dad? Where's the dad? Let me see the ears. Oh, thank you. Aren't those the most handsome ears ever? He has the most handsome ears. I'm telling you, the dog's ears are amazing. You're so happy, boy. You're just a happy guy. Don't you kiss me, hey now, brown cow. Dog. I don't want kisses. See that? He started whining because he couldn't give me a kiss. Spoiled dog. Spoiled puppies. Spoiled guys. Oh, I'm gonna take a chooch off my right there. Oh, it's about time for some medicine. Hold on. Yeah, that dog is freaking near. He's part human being. He's part human being. Truly is. Oh man, what was that? I think that was that cat. Cat scratch fever. Da-da-da-da. Cat scratch fever. Da-da-da. You know that song. Oh, come on, lungs. Stay together. Man, if I get out of here, I'm going straight to Ecuador and going straight to the hospital when I get there, guys. As much as I don't want to, I hate hospitals. I hate doctors, but if I can get to Ecuador, I'm going to go to the hospital. I should have already went. Get looked at. Look what they did to my lungs. But hey, I can still breathe, so that's good. Or they're just torched. Torched. Thank you, Father, for cannabis. Cappers. Oh, goodness gracious. Pardon me. Oh, those Swedish meatballs were good. I haven't had that. I can't remember the last time I ate some Swedish meatballs. Swedish meatballs. Smells like the Rudy Tooty. Fresh and fruity. The Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity. Oh, this is that stuff that smells like Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Oh, man. Yeah, I have rosin too. I just, this is good flour. So flour doesn't normally bother me. I never cough. You know, I've always, as long as I've ever used cannabis, I'm not the kind of person that doesn't matter how big a pull I take, I don't cough. Some people do, and that's cool. Whatever, everybody's a little different, right? Because we don't sit with that. Something about cough, and I forget there's something they say or whatever about that, but it doesn't. Cannabis actually doesn't do that to my lungs. Actually, that's what I'm saying. It kind of helps on my lungs. Really helped me to stop smoking, you know, too, because I had smoked for years off and on, and finally quitting that totally together definitely helped my lungs clear out my lungs for me. So, but yeah, um, there you go, something like that. There. I forget what it's something like that. The higher you, the more you cough, the more you get off, or something like that. Yeah, something okay. Thanks. So I never did get on anybody for coughing. You know, like whatever, dude. Everybody's different. It tickles people's throat. Everybody has a different reaction to everything. So, like, dude, quit coughing. Shut up, dude. Can't person can't help it. I see people that hack their brains out. That's a little much, but now they got the old dabadooskies, and that's too much for me. I don't even do the dab thing. I just put some of that live rosin, or on the top of some flour or something at the end of the night. I actually don't use that very often. I have some really high terpene rosin that I want more rosin than I want anything else. The terpene in there is my thing. So some people don't like high terpenes. It gets a little too. It changes, a little bit. Um, so I like high terpenes because it works for me. The terpene has that more. I don't want it as strong. I'd rather have higher terpenes than higher medicinal value. My body just seems to respond to it better, I guess. Everybody's different, like I said. So not getting any medical advice. It just that's what I use it. It's my medicine when I need it. And I don't said it's I'm thankful for Father creating such an amazing flower that does such amazing things for people and brings comfort, and remember that gives to people at their end of their life if they're struggling. It's such a bad thing. Well, why do they give it to people when they're dying? you know. So should tell you something, but anybody who knows, anything about the plant knows it's something that it's not for everybody. Somebody honestly, MS, it could be very strong, especially when you first start doing anything. Like it could take a dip and you get all lightheaded, or if you smoke cigarettes when you first, don't work like that after a while. I don't get high. I get a little medicated, but that's what it does for me because it does. I'm not saying it doesn't. That's why you want to do less than more because it actually works better when you do a lot less. I remember from Alaska. Yeah. Yeah, no, I hear you. Me too, Nathan. I don't because I have mass effect from the mass side effects and screaming to the doctors that I'm having side effects and they're or that I'm having an allergic reaction. No, they're like that's a normal side effect to the medicine. I'm like, well, this is making me feel worse than the problem that I was having. What the hell? And then well, this one's making so take this one. And oh no, I didn't go for that very long. So, but just like anything in moderation, just like all medicine applied, normally when it's like people who do drugs, they're going to chase the first high, going to get that first high. Kind of like we were looking at the little yellow bird the other day at the video talking about addiction. How people are always chasing that first, you're never going to get there ever again. That's just kind of that's the way it starts, and it just, your body's tolerance, your body does that. So, I don't use it that way. I use it for medicine, and I have such sciatic issues, and um,
I'm so thankful that I can have something to calm my body down so it doesn't want to go in and have surgery. Because maybe down there I'll have surgery out of this country too. I might consider back surgery because it's a pretty big surgery. It's two surgeries they need to do on me because I've really messed myself up in my lower S1 and S2 are both been busted, and then those first two discs are been degenerated for a long time now, years. So it's nasty looking, but it looks like somebody wasn't a very good welder and just welded me all there with the calcium. Well, unlike an X-ray, it has that kind of a yucky looking, but it's all together. It fused itself together without paying to be fused. Our body's resilient, baby. And they said I wasn't gonna, if I didn't get in there, I was gonna hurt myself, break my back again. Potentially, might not have the ability to throw a football to my son and move around like I did. I'm thankful for cannabis because it really does a good job for me on allowing the nerves to not send the signals like it's the end of the world. And when there's lights out, it wants to communicate. It wants the body is good. To me, that tells me it's working. It's working. My body's sending that signal pain because the bones have been broken many years ago and nerves have been pinched and went out and all these, that's all old injuries. But when the body's still trying to get it to fix itself, that tells me that I'm still healthy. So I don't like that I have to, sometimes when I get so bad, when I have to use, the cannabis to get my body to calm the hell down because I'm not having surgery, not until I can know I can actually, I might be able to, like I said, now that I'm retired and, I might be able to actually consider it. And I don't know. I mean, I'm still upright. I just would to get rid of the daily sciatica pain and it's just a daily, the pain doesn't go away. It's morning, noon, and night. The only time that I don't have pain is when I'm sleeping. So, but if you live with it, it's tolerant. You grow up to it, like same thing, tolerance to it. So you learn to live with it, and it just doesn't, it's not nearly as strong when you don't talk about it, when you don't think about it, when you're just, what they call it, hypochondriac people, there's always something wrong with them, right? This, it's not one thing, it's another. So try not to, feed it too much. There's the whole placebo effect that helps, people can heal themselves without any medicines. Remember, the body totally has the ability to do that. You don't need any medicine, and you can do the same thing as somebody who took medicine. 100%. They're already proven that. How many studies have been done on that? So it's pain management is what I call. Just learn to live with the pain, and you're just pain manager. So it's not the end of the world. It's excruciating at times, but like I said, I'm up right now. I don't have the sciatic where I get shripped over like an old man. I mean, literally, where I don't want to use a cane, I'll use a walker, and I want to use a walker. I just drag myself around if I have to. I mean, I can stay upright, but I can't sit up straight. I can't literally pull my back up and sit up like if I sit up, I'm not blogging. I sit up, but if I'm blogging, I sit a little closer to the camera, and helps take that lean off my shoulder, my lower back pain too. It helps take all that pressure off the sciatic nerve back there. And I'm all right as long as I don't sit down too long. But that's why I lean forward in this camera like I do, so I don't have to put that weight on the back of my butt. If I sat here and blogged all day like this, I couldn't blog for 2 or 3 hours, and I'd have to get up and move around. And I mean, I get up, move around, but I'm saying I don't. Yeah, we learn to move, change our posture, things like that. Learn to live with these things, and yeah, oh yeah. I hope you'd never have sciatica. It is sciatic pain is not like any other pain I've ever. If you have nerve pain or something, I've only ever had one or two, but I think, or if you ever had a tooth go bad, and that nerve ending gets exposed, that's like that times a million. So, um, yeah, I got diagnosed with scoliosis when I was like, I don't know, whatever, 12 or 13 years old. So they found that crap, and I had to learn to beat it in the military, join the military, and had scoliosis. Somebody had taught me how to get me correct my posture and learn they weren't that good. The army was, they shuffle some people through. So I made it through. People were like, why did you break your back in the army and not get surgery? I had scoliosis. I should have been in the army, you know what I'm saying? They shouldn't have let me in there, but hey, so I worked on it. It took me, like I said, I went and did some therapy and learn how to correct my posture and move my back to get it as straight as I can get it for the test. And that's how I learned how to adjust my posture, turn the foot this way, lean, turn, whatever, get it. And then boom, they're like, okay, boom, I passed the physical. I was like, yeah, got one over on Uncle Sam. So that's why I never had back surgery in the military. Like, you broke your back, on one second time, like, you broke your back way back then. How come why you didn't have surgery? Why are you complaining of back pain? Look at your freaking back. Look at this, madness you got going back here. But so a lot of people wonder, well, how did you break your back in the military and never document it? Well, when you don't want to get medically discharged out of the military and let them find out that you got back issues already, you keep your mouth shut when you break your back. So it is what it is. Like I said, it's all healed up now as far as whatever it's going to do. I just have to, it's the sciatic nerve that gets crushed sometimes, and it's the signal pain. If we can get those things working again. And I don't know how, like I said, I've looked into it, and there's not much I can do. What's gone is gone, and in my circuitry, it still works. And that's what it's a little hard for them to understand, is I have a lot of nerve damage, and yet I can still use my extremities like I should be able to use them. But remember, I got hit in the face with a grenade, and I'm still standing here today. So I don't know how that's even possible. Hearing and seeing, and it blew my face back. You can literally see it blow my face back, but obviously I didn't respond to it. I just moved on, and that's what we do. Move out, draw fire. I'm a veteran, so I don't know what else to do. Pick my teeth up, put them back in my head, and pick up back my, in this case, my weapon, and move on. Get back up in the stirrups and ride on for another day. And that's what a soldier does, man and woman. I've seen drink water. Drink lots of water too. Good stuff. Yeah. That's a soldier thing right there. Yep. Carry on as you were, soldier. Move out and draw fire. All right. Apologize, snapping back into the old military. I'm a little militant that time, so it's not control. It's called attention to detail, damn it. Oh. Are you OCD? No, I'm on Price Daily, man. Cannabis if I need it. I'm thankful that others that I know that struggle with a lot of the similar things, that it doesn't cure every single ailment, but it works very well for a lot of people's pains. And not giving any medical advice or anything, but definitely love the idea that people don't have to go to their Methican cabinet to, take narcotics, and it works for so many things that people get away from that, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday pill capsule. Well, that's militant right there. That's OCD on the freaking pill, on the tablets. Terrible, sick, Ricky. It's like being on that liquor. So I just snapped in some Jerky Boys there. Oh, that's not Jerky Boys. That's Trailer Park Boys. Jerky Boys. That's the guys that used to do prank calls. You guys remember the Jerky Boys? This is Frank Rizzo, Jerky. You guys remember he's talking about the, no, there's only 4 of you. Oh, Bill Daly. Oh, man. See, they're on the tabbies. Sick. They're popping the tabby. I'm going to pop some tabs. Oh, that brings a whole new meaning to that one, doesn't it? Oh, no, he said tags. My bad. I am such a goof, man. I don't know, see how this world even put up with me this long. Thank you, world, for putting up with me. That is Rudy Tooty, fresh and fruity. So But all right. Well, so the state of the union is that it's a corporation, an enslaved nation by debt, slavery, pounded and staked to a tree. Well, steak, huh? Eat of the meat. Eat of the meat. No, isn't that a blessing knowing that people don't have to sit there and get hooked on the big farm guy, the two snakes going up that pole there. I want you to line you out, get you on the script so you get the effect to this side or that side, or go see this one. They farm you out to the big farm guy so you get the go to the pharmacy and you get the script. Uh-huh. That's why they put the little scribble on there for you, turn you into a little. People think I'm speaking gibberish, huh? Maybe it's because I don't do drugs. I don't put drugs in my body. Drugs kill people. Remember? I ate sugar. Never mind. That's a drug. Yeah, what are you pointing at that person for taking drugs? You eat sugar, don't you? You're hooked on drugs. Stop pointing your fingers at people. Go tell everybody that. What do you mean? I'm a nutty, like Mr. Goodbar over here. All right. So it is, isn't it? The white drug. You people talk about being hooked on coke, and people are hooked on sugar. He's put it in the bubbly. Remember, sick, terrible. It's on the bubblies. You drinking the bubblies? I hope you don't drink bubblies. No bubbles. Don't drink bubbles. Carbonic acid's not. That doesn't allow your proteins to separate, and your stomach acid gets Then it goes down as a whole protein, becomes toxic. So careful. Toxic. You know. Was that Britney Spears? Toxic. All right. Like a spear, huh? Like a kebab on a steak. Got you with all kinds of fruits and vegetables mixed up here, don't you? I'll put you on the fire. Uh-oh, they're having their crackers and grape juice rituals again. Dog. Yeah, I'm a dog. I'm not a wolf, although people think I'm a wolf and call me evil. It's all right. I know that. I'm not here to be liked. But yeah, and I'm not a sheep. I'm not a sheep. If I'm sheep, I'm a black sheep. And black's not a color, so we all know that black sheep of the family. Probably most people, I think, come here. This is a black sheep production. If you ever notice, it's a black sheep in the High Desert Faith Truth Ministry. So we always have our black sheep broadcast there. Another Black Sheep Productions right here at the High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries out here in the High Desert, where we're higher than a hippie and a B-2 bomber are the price of that mission. Imagine what the cost did. That cost taxpayers. Thank Mr. Warp Speed. We did that day 59, didn't he? He just made another ultimatum with Putin too, guys. I hope you understand that there's some serious things on the table here. Not like cards like shuffle, 52 pickup, look over here, don't look over here. Do you believe in magic? There's no such thing as magic, no such thing as free will, no such thing as luck. Stop playing with your little jokers in the deck or whatever. 52 weeks, your 2025 calendar gods. Giannis and Augustine and all your, never mind, go there. Julius Caesar, July, here we are. In July. Julius Caesar in July. Never mind, guys. You guys are calendar worshipers. You do your day. If you celebrate your death or your birth, then you're going to get older. If you don't celebrate birth, then you don't get older. Did nobody ever tell you that? Why do you think people live for? Nobody ever celebrated birth. How do you think people live for thousands of years? They didn't celebrate birth, you idiots. Only Satan celebrated birth. Augusta, Augustine, here we go with this, Julius and Giannis in January and all their pagan gods. They're Nordic gods. They're pole gods. They're gods in the sky, balls in the sky. Here we go again. Baphomet worship, man. There's Sun and Grove and Baal and Grove is what it's called. Baal and the Grove. They went after Baal and the Grove. This is actually why Ahab married Jezebel. She went after Baal in the Grove, taught that to the kids. He split the 10 kingdoms for that. They'd spread like wildfire. God hates Christmas. Where do you find that in Scripture? The Christmas that people celebrate is the birth of Satan, the pecker Jesus. That's why I call him that, the Woody Woodpecker pecking on poles. He's got breasts. Their God's got breasts. You think these guys can figure it out? They're so infatuated with women's breasts, you know. I'm like, she's got the fire down below. What are you talking about, breasts? I don't see no breasts. But anyways, never mind. Bob Seger knew what he was talking about, but let's not go back there. Might have to do some more Bob Seger songs. So I'm a hard one to deal with, I tell you. So it's not a card game to me. Remember 52 pickup, smoking fire? You ever play blackjack, split the aces, be a double demon? Down, tell the kids that you just tell the kids you ate the cookies and you gave them the damn kid presents, bribes. So instead, you're being a double demon. You're lying to them twice. See, like doubling down, like splitting the aces. You ever play blackjack? All right, whatever. I'll shuffle the cards around again if you like. So careful. It's alchemy, if you will, right? Father doesn't like alchemy, guys. Father doesn't like pride. Father only loves his bride, and that's it. Everybody else going to hell. Going is not really even a place if you think about going, because like believe is a verb, and going in this case is just a word I use. People don't go to hell. Hell is knowledge. Hell is no knowledge. That's the word no knowledge. If you ever want to know, if you never actually sat down and defined the word hell, it's the word bis. Like Revelation 9:11 says they have a messenger, an angelos, a king over them, right? That Apollyon, the one Trump house is decorated with the pecker Jesus, Woody Woodpecker. Remember? Pecking on poles. They're poles. They love playing lightsabers and playing, you know, trading their crossing lightsabers. Sick, right? That's what they do. Yes, love me some Bob Seger. Don't I know, man? I love freaking Silver Bullet, man. That whole album's just fire, baby. My dad used to play the dashboard to Bob Seger like I never seen anybody play the dashboard. All right, but whatever. Did your dad play the dashboard? My dad played the dashboard. He was a hippie and he liked rock and roll. He had the biggest Harman Kardon system, and it was actually a push button, very up to it. It is the 80s, man. Everything was, there was still dials on it, but this thing really had, it was so crazy to touch something. It would turn the light on. It was like, holy crap, this was the 80s. It was a little different. So, and I like this silver bar, and there was red lights. It was huge, expensive rack system, but he loved loud rock and roll. And anyways, we'll leave it at that. So you can just go off rock and roll. So, but anyways, man, they programmed us back then too. All that music, we didn't even realize they were pumping us full of, you know, same lyrics, same stuff. We didn't even know. I just liked all music, so I didn't let anybody tell me. So, but my dad really loved, you know, all you know, like sing. He's old, so Molly Hatchet and the Doors, and Cars, and, you know, I go on and on. You know, Black Sabbath, and don't get me started. I will. I'll go on for. We'll just do all 80s for the rest of the stream. I might just have to do all. No, Matt, that's the day my dad died. Well, not the day, but the year my dad died in '89. But there's still, you still have, you know, there has been some some music, but most of it was created honestly out of the 60s and the 70s. I mean, not there wasn't good music in the 50s, but that age of rock and roll and just all the start of it, you know. I just, yeah, you got to see a lot of neat things too, though, you know. Remember, you got to see the bringing up of, you know, like Aerosmith and Run DMC, baby. Or, yeah, you were alive for that. You might not, that was, you were old enough to remember that, remember? Walk this way, talk this way. All right, I better stop. Now give me a. I better stop. So, hey, whatever, man. I told you I'm old school. I got it. My son has got a freaking playlist. Hey, I got a jukebox. Don't rock the jukebox. I love me some country music. I love all music, brothers, sisters, except for total all the time screamo. I like a little screamo in the song. A little bit's good. Like, and then go back to some heavy and then down, you know, that's pretty, but not all screamo. Everything else, it's okay. It's okay. But careful what you put in your ear. Journey. There you go. REO Speedwagon. Yeah. Marshall Tucker. Yeah, that's good stuff, guys. Remember Steve Miller, you know, the Eagles. Man, that was some good music back then.
Heck yeah. And then I loved heavy metal too, because I loved all that side. And, when I got to grow up with all that and went to Wasp and Helix and Crocus concerts. Who went to a Wasp Helix concert? Who went to a Crocus? I went, hey, Blackie Lawless, that dude spin his hair around. We were freaking. So my dad, he was a strange fellow, but taking his kids to heavy metal in the 80s, but whatever. That's what we did. We had to get good grades. So if I didn't get good grades, you didn't do nothing. But other than that, we got to, and I like, people were like, dude, you like Metallica and Michael Jackson? How the hell is that? I'm like, why don't you just Devo and whip it up? Maybe I'll Stray Cat and rockabilly, or some bluegrass on your way. No. Do like all music, man. Music's amazing. It's a time machine. It is. It's a time machine. It's it'll take you back in time. When your girlfriend broke up with you, or your wife left you, or cheated on your husband. I don't mean to go there. Don't stop listening to so much country music, man. All right. So, hey, your dog left, your car back, or, your dog, you lost your car, your wife, your job. Just play that country music backwards, and you'll get your dog back, your car back, your house back, your wife back. That was a country song, I think. What happens when you play country music backwards? All right. Moving on here. My brother, I remember he dated Tim McGraw's sister for a while, and that was she's a really nice lady. And Timmy, he's something else. I tell you, that man too. He's yeah. We'll stop talking about that experience. That's old news. And yeah, he's got Faith Hill now or whatever. His wife was a freaking animal back then. But I'm glad that he is where he is. He's a little too famous, so he's going to go to hell. So all rich people go to hell. All famous people go to hell. So, but it's a time machine. It'll take you back in time or forward into time. Reminisce, and it's different for different people. Remember, brings it back to a different time in their life. So you can't tell me it's not a time machine. And it does what it does for one person. They might think it's a bad song. The other people loves it, in their life. It's crazy how music does this to us. They can brainstorm and green needle you with music. You know what that's all about. So they've been doing it for a while. Like, Do Me Baby, like Devo and Whip It, Gaslight You, or whatever you want to call it. These people, puffing and huffing on these. So whatever. Remember, it's not what goes in us that defiles us, it's what comes out of us. So careful, This world is what he doesn't want us to partake in more than anything. That's what this Jezebel, Bel, these traditions of men. Just think about it that when the sons of God, which were not fallen angels or giants, it's been fed. What are you whining about? You're not going to go outside. You're just going to walk back in. No. Everybody. You just need some loving. Need some loving. You're like having a wife, you know that? You're like having a wife. You too, my big boy. I love these guys. These are my best ones. Your nose is something else there, puppy dog. You and your nose. You guys love each other, don't you? You guys are good boys. Oh, sneeze on my back. Oh, thanks. And then he rubs on it. Oh, well. You have to share, Dad. Hey. Hey, share, Dad. Cut it out. Hey, Pants, slow down, Turbo. Pants, slow down. You're going too fast. He's an old guy. He doesn't want you going too fast. You're being a turbo. Stop being a turbo. Slow down and he won't grow at you. He just needs some loving. He's a big guy. He's old, but he still needs love. He thinks he's a puppy. Oh, now on the side. Would you stop it? Oh! You unplugged the phone, didn't you? Oh, yeah, I did. Hold on a second. Hold
Hold on one second, guys. How did you do that, you little knucklehead? Leave it to Big Tug with his big old big tail to be doing that, huh? Sorry, we'll plug it into this one for now. We'll just move it over here, won't we? Because you're so big all the single time. Why do you always be so big? Why you be so big all the single time? Why are you so big? You're the biggest one I ever did have. You're a big pair of pants too over there. I see you. All right, we'll put this right there. All right, try not to knock that with your big tail, please. Are you in a city? Your radiation microwave soup? I think Emmett lives in a city. Which city do you live in? They're all microwave soup towers. All their Nimrod paddle you, smack you with this waves of like watery semen samples or whatever. What like Navy? I don't know who their commander, but these smacking people, making them do what they microwave. Like the microwave generation. J.G. Wentworth is my burrito and I want it now. The 92nd generation. All right. So it used to take days to make that same burrito. Think about that. The beans, the cheese, the fermentation, all that, right? The flour, all that. Think about it. Now it's 90 seconds and you have it right there in your hot little hands like hot pockets. Yeah, whatever, man. Box and bagged and canned flavored poison. Which kind of corn syrup monosodium glutamate would you like today? Virginia Beach, Virginia. All right, on. Thanks for coming in. We got subscribers from all over this rock, north, east, west, and south. I'm over here in the Pacific Northwest. This is Tango, Mango, Bongo, Big O, Doggo that I have, the one that I love. He's my biggest guy ever. And that's Bone. And his name is Pants and Yoder. He's Yoder, born Yoder, but he used to be Pants, or his Bone originally, but something happened to him, and now he's in this dog's body. We don't know how. It's like a quantum leap, like that old movie television, Greatest American Hero. Remember that guy? No, that's the one, but I just came to my head. I just wanted to tell you that. I just came here to tell you that. But, all right, but anyways, that's Pants. He has pants. He wears a brown pair of pants. He's a dingo. He's my dingo boy, and he's his mama was half dingo, and somebody left the baby on the windowsill, and Pants ate and I think, did you eat the baby? Momo, did you eat? Who left the baby on the windowsill? All right, that's their fault. But anyways, Pants, did you eat the baby? All right. Northern Cali, I used to go to the Redwoods. Nice. Holy, don't talk about that, Matt, because I can't leave the state right now. And that's one place I don't want to going back to Cali, because I was obviously born in the filthy South by the border, but in that city of the messengers and the concrete jungle down there. But one of the most places, if you've never been there, you need to go now before the captain puts on the fasten seatbelt sign, because right now you're free to move out the cabin. No such thing as free will or luck, but there's pornea, idolatria, and Father knows where the dice are going to land, but you need to sit in his creation in those redwoods, because there is something. I actually purchased this trailer that I have right now that I live in. It's a semi, and I built it into a cabin because it has redwood flooring. I didn't want a new one. I bought it as an old one. This has fiberglass walls. It was all because of the floor. I bought it for the flooring. So, because it's got redwood. Stuff's really hard to catch on fire, and actually this one did, but way over there it actually didn't catch on fire because it's redwood. The whole trailer breaks in the back of it, but it smoked this whole ceiling. That's why it has the tint, the color that it does of it. And whatever, it's got some history. I like old stuff. It's got a story, and so does this trailer of mine. It's got redwoods, but you should definitely go see the sequoias in Washington and the redwoods in California. They're staggering, stunning, just phenomenal. You really want to feel small, like you sit on the edge of a piece of toilet paper and dangle your feet off the edge. That'll do it to you there. It'll put you back in your space, place, time, if you will. It's humbling. I love the woods more than anything. The redwoods are probably one of the most beautiful. I've been to all 48 states in this union. I've got my chance to travel being a veteran and having a commercial license, all that. I've been in and out of the U.S., so in Hawaii, Alaska, up the top, up there and out there on the island. Been not an island boy, Hawaii, not the one that EpiPen Island that Trump went to there, but we all know that. Everybody knows that. But no, now it's not a thing. So look over here, don't look over here. But anyways, these people can't focus, concentrate like orange juice. But remember, he was in the car just going. But all right, anyways, back to the redwoods. People are lost in space. So balls, whatever. Trees, tree gods, Moloch, throw your kids, eat your kids, Jesus Christ, Massey, whatever. Jezebel, I was saying earlier, remember? Baphomet worship. All right, back to the redwoods. So people think something wrong with me. Oh, what's wrong with me? So, yeah, if remember that, I don't know if they still have the tree you could drive through. I think somewhere something happened to it or something, but definitely, like I said, it's a good experience, and everybody that has a chance should go through there and see that. It's just something that it's never not worth it. To me, it's almost like seen a childbirth. It's always a stunner. It's good every time, no matter if it's your child or watching somebody else's or being there to help or whatever, being in law enforcement and first responding, whatever. So, but it's always an amazing experience. And so is the redwood experience. It's that damn it. It's amazing. So thank you, Father, for creating such a beautiful place, not only because of the mass of it, but just being there in that energy of the redwoods. See, I'm a energy being, so I've been to the redwoods probably hundreds of thousands of times through the millennia, time and space, and because they've been here for a long time, and so have I. So, yeah. Uh-oh, we got Kevin howling out there like a coyote. So, outstanding, man. I feel more at home in the woods than I do anywhere else. I really do. I mean, I love the woods. I just lay in the woods, let bugs crawl on me because I don't care. I'm in the woods. Just lay down on the ground. It doesn't bother me when I'm in the woods. It really doesn't. You don't get bit, and normally we're not. Stay off the sugar and the bugs won't bite you most of the time. I mean, there are bugs that bite. I'm not just saying, but there's an energy in the woods that you just got to exist and be with the woods, man. And when you become one with it and it doesn't, you just don't, the stuff crawl right over you. It's already doing it anyways. So, you just become one with the woods, man. I'm telling you, I love it. I've been spent a lot of times. I've taken people out to the woods to teach them how to live in the woods, or not live, to just not live, but be able to stand it, especially at nighttime. The woods are a whole different animal. I love the woods at night. They're even better at night because all things that, all those creatures at night come to life. And depending on which woods you're in, all many woods are different, and they all make different sounds, and some are quiet and some are loud, and people aren't used to that. So if they are in the woods, that's a loud woods. It's just the woods. They think everything's coming to get them, that everything branch that breaks a bear and everything's, they have no control over their mind, starts wandering in the dark, and gotta learn to do light deprivation and things like that. But anyways, the woods are amazing. People were never afraid and walked around in the woods back in the day, and which people are unaccustomed to, hunter-gatherer type of lifestyle, and they become this agrarian, sedentary and putting up stores. And I understand people are trying to longevity for, cycles, but that's again why we probably don't live as long as we do. Look at our diet, too much carbs, too much, again, that sedentary lifestyle of coming together, and and we should be out there in the woods, back to the redwoods. So I don't know where your mind's at, but I love the redwoods no matter how many times I go there. So just go there once if you can get a chance before Warp Speed decides to put on the real ID or something and say, no, if you don't have real ID, you can't move in this country right now or something. They could do anything they want right now. They could turn the vidco right back on overnight. You'd all be standing on X's and wearing face diapers again. All the freaking screens go back up. All those Lexan screens they pull down, or not Lexan, plexiglass, whatever. Lexan based, same thing, which can't shoot through it. But anyways, it's they could flip that on like a switch. I think everybody forgot that they could do that tomorrow. No, they couldn't. Yes, they could. Shut up. Yes, they could. Yes, they will. If they want to, they'll do whatever they want. They got something better than that this time coming for you. Don't worry about it. They got gods in the sky and robots and It'll be disease X. Don't worry about it. They already have a name for it. I'm not some prophet. They do these things by white paper. Come out of an Ebola Colorado lab. Shh. Oh, you talk too much. I know. Whatever. I already said it. Can't take it back. Can't take the words that I put back, and put them back in my mouth. Take that. Stick that in your apple pipe and smoke on that. There, Leviathan. You crooked serpent. Get behind me, Peter. No, I'm just kidding. Just playing, guys. I'm all right. Just having trying to enjoy the view of the redwoods in my head. So people think I have a disease. It's called On Christ Daily. Right? I'm OCD. And I got ADT home security. Or, yeah, that one. Right? High functioning. Stop or I'll throw my flashlight at you. Oh, wait, no, hold on. Security. I need some security in here. I'm feeling insecure. Oh, thank you, Father, for the blessing. Just to even be here in this new mystery Babylonian brainwave nation that I reside in currently, and to know that I can visit with others outside of this nation and Pasta Corporation. I mean, Corn Syrup Nation. Remember, it's Cornorado, but remember NORAD, the Denver airport. You guys forgot the new. Didn't they say that the capital is gone? Where is it at now? It's under the airport. All right, stop talking. You're talking too much. No, they love it. They're rubbing it. I know. Pulling their own chain, jerking their own hub or whatever. Stuck on, clickbait, man. These people love their clickbait, right? Twitter, X, Twitter. What are you twittering over there? You like your ear tickled. What you want? Tickle me. Elmo over here. Puppets on a string, man. I tell you, got these people played out like a game. What, dominoes, Rubik's Cube, game of chess. Remember Rubik's Cube? Did you peel the letters off of it? Or not the letters, the colors, not stickers. And I think there was always just a one combination. It always works with the same combination. So, I messed around with a little bit. How about Cubert? Remember the game Cubert? How about, what was that one where you went around on that ostrich? Pitfall? That's Atari. No, it's not. Not Pitfall. Hey, how about that? We're going to hashtag Alcatraz Pitfall Island because we're going to go straight Atari on it. Like, yeah, I got you guys playing Sega over here. Like a handheld. Like Genesis or Game Gear. You tell me. They go Pong on you. Go simple back and forth with the freaking light. All right, blocks. Playing blocks with these people. How about some, what's that one? Anyways, dominoes. How about that? I'll knock you all over. Got them going down like dominoes, baby. Heck yeah, slamming them on the table, huh? Oh, gonna go Marble Man. Hey, how about jacks? Let's get some pretty old school jacks here. Oh, this bad boy. This whole little iron ashtray full of them here. They're all a little different. Got some. Well, you wouldn't want to throw those out and that get stuck in somebody's tire, wouldn't it? These are real metal jacks too, not these little playground ones that these come with their little pick and saver. All right. I don't remember where I got these a while back. Got a pretty good little hamster on that one. You guys remember playing that with the ball? There's some chrome ones in there too. Some chrome ones in there. Yeah, that might stick in your tire.
Yeah, and your foot. There you go. You got it. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. I don't really mean in your. There you go. Foot traffic, boys. And the old rubber sticking your old soul. No, you don't need going out. You're like having a wife, changing your clothes every 5 minutes, asking me how pretty you look. Does this look big on me? You look like a big puppy, you know that? Is there a right answer to that, honey? Oops, I'm already in trouble, aren't I? Okay. My dog's, you don't need to go out. It's windy out there. You won't want to be outside. You're fine. You just hang out with the dad for a little bit. Just be with the dad. Just come be with the dad for a little bit, and you'll be all right. Oh, you're okay. Not the end of the world. I'll love you all the single times. This dog needs a little attention. He's my boy. He's getting old. He doesn't think so, but he thinks he's a puppy. That's why he's thinking he needs attention, like a little baby. Like a little baby puppy. He just plays like a little baby puppy. You figure it out, he's an old man. He's an old boy. He's a big old guy, but he don't care. I still play like I'm a puppy. Good boy. You're a good boy. Oh, there, get a snarl. That one on your tail over there. Oh, it's your favorite spot, huh? Like a kitty. You think you're a kitty cat, don't you? Oh, that's the biggest boy, huh? Oh, that's my boy. Oh, goodness. He likes to play. Don't you want to play? He wants to play. He wants to play. Oh, he wants to play. Get down, Pants. Get down, Bobo. Get down, Bobo. You silly boy. You gotta wait your turn. You don't need as much attention as him, huh? He needs more attention. Oh, we love him. We love him. We love him. Loves his head scratched too. Oh, he's gonna scratch his head. Oh, he just gives lovins with his head. They both give scratches, but they come rub on you like they're kitty cats. Big old kitty cats. He's a big kitty. He's a big old kitten. 135-pound kitten. Come here, buddy. I love you too. You're my boy. You're my Bobo. You're my goodest bone I ever did have. I love you. Would you get down now? I don't want you in my lap. You're not a lap puppy either. You guys are way too big to be lap puppies. Get down here thinking he's a lap puppy. He's like, I just want to get in your lap. Can I get in your lap? Can I get in your lap, please? I just want to be a lap puppy. Oh, don't you do your nose. No, no nose. No nose. That's a dingo thing. That's a dingo thing. You keep your nose to your. He could steer a house or a horse with that nose. If I let him. Oh, it's a dingo nose. That nose is more. He could take and throw something with that across the room if he wanted to. Oh, you were like a freaking wild boar with it. Just, yeah. Anyways, you leave your nope. Give your brother kisses. I just seen you give him a kiss. I know you're just trying to clean his ear, huh? You're just trying to be a nice brother. Just giving him kisses on his ears. Oh. All right. Anyways, back to the redwoods. Still picturing those redwoods in my head, guys. They're that stunning. If you haven't ever been to the redwoods, go to the redwoods. Seriously. Go now. Call now. Call now for the first 5 million callers. Call now. Call 1-800-EAT. Never mind. So, who here has been to the redwoods other than, was it Nathan that said he was to the redwoods? Or I think that's who said, yeah. And maybe we could play a little more games with the old Never Operation. Remember that game where you had a little rubber band, a little bone, a little light buzz or whatever. Ooh. My son was all mad because I didn't play games with him when he grew up. He was like, went out and did things. So Yeah, the wishbone and all the different little. Yeah, oh boy, they had some pretty. Was it Mattel? Uh, Milton Bradley. How do I remember all these names? What's wrong with me, man? Why do you remember the names of companies? Whatever, man. Hot Wheels were my favorite too. Like in baseball cards, stamps. I did all come at anything but do anything but the world, like do anything serious. I just did whatever I could do other than the world, and just made it a weirdo thing. So I did. I like to collect things. I've always been kind of a collector of oddities or whatever, one-off things or things that were different. So I used to have a pretty huge Ozzy Osbourne collection. Really liked Ozzy Black Sabbath a lot growing up. So I told you that. You're fine. You guys are fine. You're just fine. I'll let you out. Yeah, they only had top. I remember they only had Tops and Don Russ back then. I don't. There was Fleer came on, but then they went to all those other freaking different cards that I got. Yeah, Fleet and gosh, they had but there wasn't as many. Obviously, remember some of them there were, but boy, they went out and started making a million. It was hard to collect anything. It's like they made all them damn Garbage Pail Kids. Had to want all those too. Man, I had a bunch of those Garbage Pail Kids. Freaking Trash Tracy. I remember that one. Do you remember your name in Garbage Pail? Trash Tracy, or I can't remember what the other one. There was like always a double stunt to it. They did that too with the Garbage Pail Kids. People forgot there was always a second. There was a Atom Bombed and Newson, right? The California raised in the California sunshine. Yeah, I remember those. I heard they made all those commercials. They do the raisin animation commercials with the clay animation. Heck yeah, we had the Pet Boys, Manny Mo and Jack. We had all those where I grew up in the auto parts industry, so that was always big. Using animation and character. That's part of the old. They always have the. It's part of the deal, man. They have to have the character to sell it. You ever been to Western Bagel in California? So they got the Western guy down there shooting out the holes, making the bagels with shooting out the center of the bagel to make it round or whatever. It's just kind of part of the little theme or whatever. So, yeah, I grew up doing some of the strangest things. My dad was he was militant, but he also liked to have a good time. We had to work hard and play hard, basically. There was very little in between, very little time to rest in life. We didn't rest very much. We went all the time. So sleep was not much. People were like, man, you don't sleep much. I never slept much. I never slept much. Even just don't. Sleep's overrated. You'll get plenty of sleep after you die. Don't worry about it. So yeah, no, what a different time that we live in now, guys, where people were back then. And I'm sure the adults at the time were pretty concerned about, the Nixon the Nixon Watergate and all the things back with Carter and Reagan and even before, like I said, some of this good, but today it's just like, holy crap. It's just like, how do we go from Walkmans to freaking, whatever where we're at today? I don't even know what the current thing is. Is Blu-ray? Is that like the most high end of what you can get, high fidelity or whatever? Because we had 8-tracks, man, and cassettes, 8-tracks, cassettes, and the CDs. Now they got MP3s. Wait, you just got on a playlist. You just don't even need to have it. I forgot to get a playlist, and you could just stick it there and put it on your. Whoa, see what I'm saying? We don't even have anything physical anymore. I'm like, nope. That's good. We'll just take that. Heck yeah. How about Bob's the best mixtapes ever? Bob, B.O.B. Bob mixtapes, the best mixtapes ever. B.O.B. Bob, I got his album.
Even that album cover, that vinyl right there is freaking pimping, man. Each album he did and made, it's like, done in different colors or whatever. This this is his elements: water, fire, earth, and air. I'm not sure if you listen to any, but B.O.B. Bob, some Bob music out here. That's the wood stove. That's tapes. But yeah, no, we remember you take and rewind your tape with it. So you could cut in and learn how to do mixing like that. You can do cuts and I did some weird stuff when I was a kid. You could make your own music by cutting in the little tape or whatever. Freaky, all make mixes or whatever. So whatever, man. I said I wasn't like my brothers. So yeah, just remember little things on the record player, they little went in the middle there. These people, we had Skip, now people are stuck on other playlists or something, whatever. That's okay. They Pandora. I never did have that. Like, one of those things, I don't know. Pay to play, I'm not sure. I don't pay for anything, music, now you just rob it all off the internet, right? These royalties, these albums, these people, artists don't even get. Be kind, please rewind this. Blockbuster. Hey, listen, I live where the last Blockbuster in the world's at. The last Blockbuster in the world is in Bend, Oregon. And I don't live there, but it's right here. Blockbuster, guys. We got the last Blockbuster in the world. There's only one left, and it's still hanging out here in Bend, Oregon. I don't even know how it stays afloat, but it's there. It's a business, and it's still there. And people go there. I'm glad that they do, because it's pretty funny. You got to remind me of Blockbuster. Yep, please. I'll have a beer, but one's my limit. I'm a cheap date, so alcohol wasn't my thing. Never was. I got to when I drank when I was younger. We did the old Mad Dog and drank. Took the old lady and got her a bottle of Boone's Farm. Took her out to the tree and nailed her to a tree. Never mind. Damn it! Did that just slip out? But hold on, I got my dog. The dog's out. Woo! Darn it! And that fell out. You guys are going to want back in 2 minutes. Watch. I know you guys. I know my puppies. You're my best ones. But come on, man. Things were pretty awesome back then. We had pressure luck, remember? Big bucks, no whammies. Stop! Whammy. Remember that? All that? All right. Never mind. Don't make me start doing game shows like Wheel of Fortune. Or maybe it was Come On Down. How many times you said that to somebody? You caught Bob Barker's line. Have your pet spayed or neutered. All right. Some pretty interesting times we live in here today, eh? 18. Remember the 18? I pity the fool. Remember? Hey, boy. Never mind. We don't do so. I was going to do some Eddie Murphy. Hey, boy. Remember that? Eddie Murphy Delirious? That might be the best. And I don't like Eddie Murphy because he's one of those. But that might have been one of the best things of the 1980s ever was Eddie Murphy Delirious. Seriously, it wasn't the best thing, but it was... it'd make you pee your pants almost. It was, and then a big brown shark came. Oh, never mind. And G.I. Joe got stuck. I won't do it. I won't do the whole thing, but that was a pretty different time. Raw was okay, but it wasn't definitely, Raw was okay, but Delirious was just, damn, he was out there in that bread. Remember, he's walking around. What are you looking at? And he's talking about, oh, this must be the section or whatever. I got to go this way or what? You couldn't even talk about the things that he talked about right now. Not even politically correct, right? If you remember the beginning when he opened up out, he came out in that red pleather, whatever. He's a freaking one of the pedos too. But anyways, it was a different time, and we were young and dumb, and it was funny. So shouldn't listen to that crap, but it's still funny today if you listen to it. I actually listened to it. Kevin never heard it. I played a little bit with Kevin. He never heard it. So I know there's people who haven't heard it, but yeah, that was the whole thing. Like I said, there's so many one-liners that I pulled out of that. People are like, what? And then somebody will get it in the room that I'm using something off hilarious. So I've used so many one-liners. I've taken probably more one-liners than that than any movie or anything else. Truly, I mean, there are so many. Oh, I lost my shoe. Oh, never mind. Gus, your wife's a Bigfoot, isn't she, Gus? You shaved her down. You brought it. I won't go there. And the kids, they Bigfoots too. I brought them to the lake. They slammed the post in the water. They both put their heads in the water. They came up and they both had fishes in their mouth. They say, look at each other and say, good to you. I said, what? I can't do it. Oh, my goodness. So, oh, yeah. What a time that was. So, yep. Remember, he says, the bus boys come over to my house. The fish stopped moving. No. Wow, that whole movie was just too much, man. Think that and Cheech and Chong up in smoke. So, oh, I lost my shoe. I'm not going to try to do the stairs, but you guys got me. That was funny. And you burn down my backyard every year, Gus. But that's a fire. Roll Charlie around. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Boy, that was too much, man. And then the whole coffee table incident with the dog and the get out. And my wife don't like it. Never mind, I'm not going to do it. But you guys are going, if you know which parts that I'm doing, it's the good ones. Some of those parts were some of the best. So you missed me. No, all right. Oh, let's not do it. Let's not do it. But yeah. Gosh, that was terrible. Especially the Ralph Cramton and Ed Norton and Mr. D. That's where I started with this, right? I got to go full circle and get this thing to an end and go on and move on to something else. Hey, boy. Hey, boy. Looking mighty cute with them jeans. Remember the old Mr. T one there? So he already told us back then. So we already knew. We should have known. It's been going on around. He told us way back then. You know what I'm saying? Humpana, 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 humpana. Way to go, Ruffy boy. Oh, boy. Let me tell you. Oh, you want a trip to the moon, Alice? I'll give you a trip to the moon. But we better not. So. He was quite, he could sing too. People forgot. I think he did a couple skits on that where he sang, and it was just like, I think he did Michael Jackson too on that. And man, he knocked it out of the park doing his Michael Jackson. That where he's like, oh, Tito, give me a tissue. And I did that somebody in here. Somebody came in here the other day. Their name was Tito, and we booted him out here. I did some Michael Jackson delirious. How do they didn't know what was going on? I think they might have been in Gen Z, or it don't matter which generation they were. I don't think they got it. So, but I did the Tito, did the tissue on him. I did the actual line. I won't do it again. It was pretty funny. In the moment it worked, but it was so good. So, hey, it's good to get some laughs out of life sometimes, man. What a different time, though. What a crazy different time we live in now. And so I hope you still find time to enjoy it, even though my life's all hammered and hell, or not like that, or it's not hell. Hell's got the reverse of hell. I got too much knowledge. Keep always wanting to get more. That's what my son said. Dad, you're never going to be able to stop doing what you're doing. You're too far in the game now. I know it. You're going to die doing this. So all you do is Jesus. So you've isolated yourself out in the middle of nowhere, and all you'll do is Jesus. So that's why nobody wants to be around you, Dad. I love you, but I'm telling you. So anyways, back to what I was saying, Oh, man. Too much, man. Those 80s were an amazing time, and we were where, it was called PDA. What the hell are you doing? You guys get a room. Look at stuff. I'm actually literally crying, man. I hadn't laughed so hard and cried in a long time. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Let me hang out here and be silly with you guys tonight. Trying to just, like I said, I got a lot of weight on my shoulders, and it didn't quite come through, but it'll all work out in the end. So, yeah.
definitely a time where, like I remember I got to go, my dad took me to the Grauman's Chinese Theater in Hollywood, California. We went to see the first showing of Star Wars ever. That was a pretty cool thing to remember. And so, you know what I'm saying? And here I am, look at this, all space bar, space balls. My dad put all that stuff on my wall. You know, he literally put, I don't know where he got that wallpaper either. That wallpaper was insane, guys. It wasn't even Star Wars wallpaper, but I don't think there is even a picture of it anywhere in the house burnt down. But man, that was the most crazy looking space wallpaper. And it like these ships that weren't the ships from the Star Wars, which was crazy. I don't know where he came up with this. And that's what I liked about it, because it wasn't Star Wars, you know, and it was something else. And man, like the one that was shooting the one and the ray out of it was just, I mean, it was 80s, guys, you know, it was the first part of the 80s. So I don't know where my dad came up with that wallpaper, but I remember when he wallpapered that, because he called me Spacey Tracy. He put it on my wall. It's because he told me I was from somewhere else. I wasn't from Earth. I wasn't from here. I was from somewhere else. Remember, he told me he was from under the sink because he remembered hearing the water running. So my dad was weird. Told you. He told me he was born in the sink and I was born from somewhere else. So yeah. It's pretty crazy wallpaper though, guys. I'm serious. I don't know. I can't remember. But my dad, he had access to, we lived in Los Angeles, California. So he could go to, like, he used to take us, because my dad, he made his way buying and selling cars and fixing them up. And my godfather did engine work and worked for Anheuser-Busch and worked for, you know, or Schlitz, I think at the time. And in LA. And I think he worked for Budweiser too for a little bit. But my dad would take us down to Mexico, and he could get things down there that we couldn't get up here. And then he would take us to like downtown, to like the fabric district. I remember when I was doing my truck, we went and bought the fabric, and then we went down to Mexico to have him put all the interior together. And, you know, and like I said, my dad did some crazy things like that. And so he must have went to LA somewhere downtown, and there was no computers to find anything like that. You could just anything now. You can have whatever you want at your doorstep. So crazy, once again. But this is probably the most futuristic wallpaper I'd ever seen in my life, which this is not even real because there's no such thing as space. But in the time, you know, it just worked for who I am. So, and it just part of what my dad told me, that I was not like my brothers, and he didn't think that he knew I was, like I said, he said, I know you look like me, but I know you're not mine. And not that you're not, because I'll always put your head is somewhere else. You won't listen, and you won't mind, and you won't do the world. Why won't you just mind and do what you're told? And you could so easily get so much more done if you just apply yourself, because you're just doing 50 million other things other than the things to do, and you'll only just do the minimum to get by, you know. And if you just apply yourself, you'd actually have it so much easier. And I've taught you how to work hard and play hard, but you won't do that. You won't conform to anybody. You won't, even me. I'll beat the snot out of you. I'll put you in a trash bag, cut you in pieces, my dad said. That's how my dad told me. Okay, you're not big like me. I'll just get you in one swoop. You be out of here, out of my hair. You don't like me, go tell them that I smoke marijuana, and they'll take you away from me. And you won't have to be with me. Go be with your new family. He scared the shit out of us. That's how he told me. You know, my dad didn't remember, it was illegal back then, and he used cannabis as back. He's all, remember, he bent in half like I told you. My back's nothing compared to my dad's. What, he had 2 major reconstructive back surgeries, but I remember my dad telling me that one time. You know, it was actually all of us. You know, we were all kind of give him a hard time. We just all got a little ornery to it sometimes. He was militant. He made us work a lot, and there was a lot of weekends we tried to plan to do things, but he still made us work anyway. So it is what it is. Life moved on, but anyways, we gave him a hard time. And yeah, like I said, I remember him, you know, it is what it is. I'll just move on from the conversation, guys. But he was a good dad. You know, he wasn't perfect, and neither was I. You know, I blessed to know that I got to be with my son for 25 years, and I only got to be with my dad for 8. So I'm glad I got to be with him for the time I did. He was a big influence in my life on why I do what I do, and he was my hero growing up. People had different, wanted to be this or that. I just kind of wanted to be like my dad because he was such a fighter and a survivor. So, and he beat all the odds, and that's why I told my brothers that day that he died, he was going to come out of that burning building. He just never did. But in my brain, I thought he was. So he could go through anything and go through some, just things that were He was never supposed to even operate a wheelchair. Had 2 major reconstructive back surgeries and walked out of the hospital. So told he was basically, you know, bend in half like a taco. That severs your spinal cord and it kills you. Try bending in half backwards the wrong way with this couch on your chest, making the lower 8 disc and vertebrae just implode and then, just gone. There's shattered into, they had to go in there and take all of that out of there. They can cut open his hips and get in there and take pieces of his hips to build his vertebrae back with steel pins. This is in the 70s, rods and screws and needles, and not that polycarbonate resin and all this stuff they have now. They didn't have none of that, So, and he go take his horseback riding in Mammoth, California every year. Go on Magic Mountain roller coaster and spin out on, do things. And I'm like, see my dad cut his thumb off and tape it back on. Came back, it grew back, and even the thumb, the bone, and everything. I don't know how it wasn't perfect, but eventually it was. Dropped the board on my toe. See my dad just shatter all his toes. Oh, it's a sandal. Don't worry. Just put some tape around it and walked around like that for a minute and just didn't address it. Just moved on with his life. So he was just, like I say, he was over 500 pounds when he died. He was a big dude. My dad was a big guy. All my brothers are much 3-4 inches on me. I'm 6 foot. I think I don't know who's shortest. I think Dustin might be 6'3". He's my youngest brother. Jeremy's probably 6'4", 6'3". He's right on there pretty close. And then I know Sean's 6'5". So they're all taller than me. And my dad was, before his back surgeries, he was 6'7" or 6'8", I think. And then he's about 6'5", 6'4.5", probably after his back surgery. He lost 2 or 3, from whatever. When they put him back together, he wasn't as tall as, obviously, as he was before his 2 back surgeries. But yeah, anyways, he was just, and people have always asked me, how do you got a pretty bad back? How do you do it? My dad's back was done compared to mine. I've never cut on me. They wanted to do back surgeries on me, but no, thank you. So I was talking about earlier about having a sciatica. I can't imagine what my dad had ever felt. I'd have a scar this long on my, from major back surgeries and have my hip, imagine having your hip, pieces of your bone of your hip cut off to rebuild your back. That's a freaking brutal. So he's freaking, like I said, and then he's just a rock star to me. I don't mean to be like that, but he did things that I just didn't. So he really was a big influence. I only got to spend 8 years with him. That's it. And then father took him, but he was messed up. So I never even heard my dad ever in the 8 years that I can remember being with him talk about having another back surgery. He had actually said he'd rather die. Right before he died, he was actually talking about maybe potentially going in and having back surgery because he was feeling that bad that he didn't even have the guy to, hired somebody to do the carpet that killed him eventually. The guy didn't show up. That was his death, but he even mentioned to us that he wanted us to be ready for him to not be there anymore and had to prepare us. I think that was father doing, father preparing me, father preparing my younger brother, who just horribly dealt with it. Absolutely, like, just never said anything. And that was probably the worst thing. I think it turned him in who he was, by not talking about it at all. Wouldn't talk about my dad or whatever, but he was like stuck to my dad's side. He was younger, a couple years, almost than me. So he was my dad's baby, so to speak, even though he was
14, I think, when my dad died or something like that. 14 years old, yeah. I was 16 and my brother was 17, but yeah, he was, he was talking about potentially having that surgery and said he didn't think he'd make it through the surgery and wanted us to be prepared that if that had my aunt lived with us. And I think that's why my aunt, and actually it makes sense now. I didn't understand it, till at the time, but why my aunt had moved back into the house, because I didn't mind her being there, but she's the one that ended up kind of being after my dad died, ended up just taking everything from me and my brothers and screwing us all and just did whatever she did. But it is what it is. She'll have to live with that all these years later, but screwing her own brother out of the house. And but that's what I'm saying. I knew something was up because I remember after my dad had died, the lady across the street, she's a really old lady. Her name was Mrs. White. My dad didn't have a whole lot of friends, anything like that. I mean, he did, but not around us. There were a couple of people down the street that he'd talked to, and our neighbors or whatever. But I'm just saying, he wasn't a big socialite, but he did talk to the lady across the street, more than anybody, it seemed like, and he'd go over there just hang out with her. And I think she just must be a good conversation, knew about a lot of things. I grew in took a liking to my elders quite a bit because I have some pretty amazing stories that'll slow your ass down real quick and make you think that you got it pretty easy. And so, but that's where I found out too about, my dad had mentioned to her too. So I never even thought that he'd even do it. So I'm glad that he did not have to suffer any longer. That even though I only got to spend 8 years with him, he was probably in the most excruciating pain of his life. And I never even thought I'd see my dad have somebody do work on the house because we'd, in 8 years, we'd fixed everything but that carpet that he'd end up replacing because everything went through the garage and the kitchen area or the entrance that went through out, and he had to walk on the carpet to fix the rest of the house. So he's, it's a brilliant move, but like I said, things happen for a reason, and kind of a long way to that. But I know Father took him because he was just in an absolute suffering like I'd never even seen him. And so I'm so thankful that I don't have the back that my dad has, because I don't want to have surgery. And I talked about it earlier in the chat, but I'd have to get out of this country to have any surgery. Hold on, let me check. When I get there, I just got a message. Oh, all right. Clear that out there. Okay, let me clear that out. Try to keep it from lagging out. But, yeah, again, I got to spare 8 years with my dad, and that was a time in my life that was much better than from what I'd come from. And even though it was amazing, it was a struggle all at the same time. So it was good. I liked the way that my dad treated me, honestly, because he knew I wasn't like my brothers, and I didn't want to be like them. And he's called me different. So I've always liked being different. I don't want to be like everybody else. Actually, being like everybody else scares the hell out of me, because then I got to think like everybody else. And I know I don't think like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I know that. And that doesn't mean that I'm better. I just don't. That's what I figured out when I was real young. Why am I the only one that thinks like this? Why am I the only one that sees this is all fabricated? It's all lies, and it's all fake, It's like, oh, I quantum leaped into this body and I shouldn't be here. Not like I'm trying to change the gender. I said it is like, and this is who I am. I'm supposed to be. It's like the wrong time. Like, wow, this is too far into the future. I need to go back in time. This is too advanced, too much, so I knew what was coming. Like I could already tell that things from when I was father, like I said, he does these things when he prepares us. And I know that's why my dad never would ever talk to us about surgery, but then did, and then talked to us a lot about, sat us down several times and said, you guys need to be ready. I'm not, don't want to do this, but I can't take this. It's just, and I can't imagine what he was going through, it was a long time, and he had done a lot of things to that, all those pins and rods, and he did never taken care of it, kind of like me. And he must have just been in excruciating pain. So I do have to, I don't know if my brothers ever did figure that out after his death, that the best thing for him was father to take him. He was ready to go. And even though he didn't want to, because he got to raise his boys for that's what he called us, his boys, for 8 years. And my brother was 17, so he didn't get to see my brother graduate. And none of that. But it was kind of pretty hard. It was hard for my brother because he still graduated and I still graduated, and I didn't have to or whatever, did what I want. But I knew my dad would want me to graduate at least high school, and then I went to college later. But it's like, I have to do that's what my dad want. He'll be such a fuck off that you go to school and pass your classes, you can still go to school, and that would turn out to be another whole deal. That's why I ended up in Oregon where I'm at now, because I didn't have a guardian, and it eventually, we had LAPD at our school, so they came and tried to take me and put me into foster care or something, and I ran away from them and got away from them, and then eventually I moved up here to Oregon, and it sucked because I wanted to go to school, and I missed, I don't know. That's all right. I was already ahead in school. I was supposed to graduate as a junior anyways. I just it just kind of screwed everything up for, just changed everything. But it made me and shaped me who I am today. So I'm thankful for that, because, knowing that time of year and everything and what happened, it just turned me into this Grinch that everybody just didn't like, that I wouldn't celebrate and wouldn't do these, and got upset at my son's mom and I for telling my son that, there's no such thing as Jesus as the reason for the season, and there's no such thing as Christmas. There's no fat guy coming down the chimney bringing you anything, and if you get anything, it's because the family gives it to you. And we didn't remember when he was younger, for the first couple of years, we didn't stop, do it, but we'd let him know, this is just, you're getting this from us, this is where it comes from you. These are clothes and things that you're younger, and even when he was younger, his aunts and uncles would go hog wild, Nana and Papa, and I actually didn't like that, and I tried. It was always such a problem with them, but it is what it is. I learned to deal with it, and we just stopped doing it, and then they just didn't like it at all, So that's what it was. That to the family, they don't like when you won't do all their celebrations. Like I said, my mom, she has a whole like garage size house, or whatever freaking house size, but it has nothing but her decorations in it, because she changes fit for every season, and it's every holiday, everything. She has a whole, and it's everything. Bathrooms, all of it gets changed, every single bit of it. And her house looked like a damn, not now, it used to be like going in an antique store, and that was not always like I said, it wasn't always like, but she definitely got into that, eclectic, and people want to get a little bit of that from my mom too. You knock over one thing, man, you're gonna knock over 15 things. Like, damn, how many collections of crap do you need to have? But she has literally the whole, get up for everything. I mean, tablecloths, napkins, curtains. I mean, it's everything. It's all of it. I mean, there's candles to boot. It's like, dude. But that's how my family was growing up. Like I said, so it was hard for me. And I said, it's not that I didn't like gifts, but just kind of later on, like I said, just kind of got over it. And said, after my dad died 2 days before Christmas, and it killed my dad, the celebration for, Christmas Eve party, he was trying to get ready for that. I just didn't want to do Christmas. I didn't want to do celebrations. I didn't do birthdays. People didn't like that, My wife and my ex-girlfriend, why don't you celebrate your birthday? I don't do celebrations. I don't celebrate anything. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. So I don't celebrate things. What are you, a Jehovah's Witness? Shut up. I'm not a religion. Tell me I'm a religion. I'm not religious. I rebuke religions. I have a relationship with the word. So, no. So, my family didn't get along with me. Like I said, that my blood or whatever. So they're not my family. I don't think anybody in my blood will I be with on the other side of this life. So, and I'm not trying to condemn them in any way. It's probably all going to hell. So,
I don't think that I'm special any better than them. I'm not saying that I am. They love their celebrations and they love their rituals and they love doing their, you know, holidays, and it's a little out of control, but a lot out of control when you change the whole house. You have to have a whole other garage house full size of just to house your decorations in. So I don't actually did all that all the years, and and have a job, and man, what kind of stress you put yourself under to do that too. And she still been making all this stuff because she, sewed and did all that things too, just like Kenny, Most of our moms sewed back then. Grandma sewed, and grandma made pickles, and grandma could make, things that um, even mom didn't make, remember? She made the best matzo ball soup I ever had in my life. So, but she was a Jew, so we were practicing Jews. So my dad was Swiss, my grandpa was Swiss, my, mom, dad's side, so Swiss Jew. Could be more evil than that, eh? That's my background. Time clock and keeper, and then the Jews, okay, whatever. So, whatever. She's a fake, whatever's practicing physical things, and there's no physical Jews. So I rebuke all that nonsense. No physical Jews up in here. Not in this testament. They're spiritual Jews. So inward spiritual Jews, not outwardly physical Jews. That's how stupid the world is that I live. Yeah, my mom made quilts and some of that stuff too. I wish I had some more crocheted. People are like, dude, you know how to crochet and cross stitch? Dude, I never met no dudes that could crochet and cross stitch. Shut up, man. Nothing wrong with learning how to sew. You sew something that's worth, who cares about crocheting, sewing, cross stitching? That's at least I can repair something, make myself a freaking hat if I needed to or something. You're just gonna depend on somebody else. So yeah, I remember grandma's made the best quilts too. So yeah, the clothes, remember all those, you were saying the clothes quilts, those were the best. Actually, I've got one put up over there that's made of, yeah, it's a pretty neat one. I really like it. It's got a lot of very unique, um, it does have some bar cloth and some of the thicker, older cloth on it. The whole back of it's kind of a burgundy purple color, kind of and that's all silk, or excuse me, like, like, what is that called? It's not today that they call that the, I like them. Those are little soft blankets, but almost like a velvet. What am I thinking of? Well, anyway, it's not silk and it's not, but that's what it is. It's that material, and it's really nice, and it's got some pretty unique fabric on it. So a neat piece. I remember, came from my grandma, but I remember finding that. Can't remember where I bought it. I think it's at somebody's yard sale, and one of the neatest quilts I've ever seen. And it's not like I've seen some really unique ones, but this one's just as a quilt, one of these patchwork quilts. And I'm trying to think what that material is. It's almost like a silk, but it's not. It's got like the pile on it that stands up on it. The hell am I thinking? Why can't I think of that material? All right, it doesn't matter. I can't remember the name of the one now that they have, that modern kind of a version of it, the soft polypropylene type of material that they do. There's got a name for those too. What time again here? I think it's 9:11. I think I'm gonna take a break here for a little bit, guys, and let my dogs in and hang out here for a little bit. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna come on for the end of the night. I know it's Friday, but I've been vlogging all day. I thought maybe somebody come in and figure something, might be able to. I said earlier about this whole thing with this court case. They might know somehow a way to
come up with some more funding, nor was interested in my land, and we didn't have any takers. So I went there today and put the for sale sign up there at the actual physical property. So I'll figure it out. I have till Monday. So if I don't see you before the end of the night, I appreciate all you guys coming in here, all your tithe of time, and I do appreciate all you guys spending a bunch of time in here. Time's so valuable. So leave a comment if you can after the stream about something if you want to make a comment. And if you want to support the ministry, I am accepting the Bitcoin at CashApp because I forgot that I have that. So somebody gave me that years ago, but it's there. And whatever, links are in the bio. You guys know you've been here, so it's not an obligation to be a part of this. Just come back when you have some more time, please. Who soon hopefully be over this mountain that Father has me been climbing here for about 15 months. So it's even longer than that because this whole thing is about 5 years old, started at the COVID. So but it's a very expensive attorney, so I'm going to pay this attorney what I have and go trade those precious metals in, and maybe I'll find out where my son and daughter's at after this is all over too. So enough prolonging this. I hate thinking every night that they're looking over their shoulder, and I hope that they're well and that they're not at least suffering. So Father will provide. He already has. So I have the precious metals, so I'll have to take those Monday and do trade those in. But I might come up on for the end of the weekend. You never know. Somebody might come in here and have an abundance. So if you know anybody that does, and I'm not trying to take anything from anybody. I'm only really seriously anybody that has quite a bit of extra that wouldn't even miss it. There's links in the description if they want to help with this. If you've been following the channel, you know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to even go into any detail. So I don't want to take anything from anybody. So please don't give to anything to this ministry other than your time when you have it. And that is something that I kind of require. But you got to be one of us to hang out here. And I'm not saying like this. I mean, just not a viper. Okay. You got to love the word. You got to love these truths. And we don't do that easy Jesus in here. So it's suffering. We must go through much thlipsis, Paul said, to receive that kingdom of heaven. So it awaits, brothers, sisters. Don't spend all your treasure now. You're not going to have anything waiting when you get there. Let no one take your crown, he said in Revelation 3:11. So that's what you're going to inherit. He's your prize. That's what you're supposed to be running towards. Maranatha, he said, until I return, have your loins girded in my service and have extra oil, right? And be burning bright, but have your lamps trimmed, because this ain't no end of the world. We're just getting the beginning of what is called sorrow. So it's going to get a lot worse. And then it might pull back and get a lot stronger. It's going to go like a woman in travail, like birthing pains. That's where we're at. That's what sorrows is. So welcome to this time, man. This is a very good time to be in the word more than anything else, because it's going to be your only protection for what is to come. So stay in the word, brothers, sisters. Thank you again for your support and your time. And we'll see you again potentially later on. If not, I'll see you on the next High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries broadcast here at the High Desert out here at Silver Rock Ranch. No, not a dime. Nobody gave any money, so that's okay. It's all right. It's been 15 months and nobody's given any. So actually, somebody gave a Cash App. I did have a Cash App the other day that somebody gave a Cash App. So, but I forgot I had that sitting there. But nothing of, I want people to give that have abundance, man. I don't want to take from people that don't have a lot, because then they could be using that for their own, like I said, So it's okay. I'm not caring what Father does. Father's already made me work my ass off this whole 15 months to trade and barter and sell. And if I'm a couple thousand short, I'm sure John will still file this paperwork, and I don't want to owe him anything, but hopefully I don't have to go to trial. If I go to trial, it's going to cost me another $5,000, and he's just giving that as like a freebie. I don't even know why he's doing it the right he is, because I paid a lot more for my son for the same attorney. No, there's no Christianity here, idiot. So it's not begging, and nobody's begging. Remember, I have money. The money was supposed to go to the other ministry. So I rebuke Christians. I rebuke religious idiots. So Duddy's a fuddy-duddy, doesn't even know what the hell he's talking about. So why don't you learn what you talk about before you speak up and open your face? So I have to hire an attorney to find out where my son and daughter are potentially could be dead. So you don't know anything about this case. Get out of here. Please leave. Go back to your own little world that you're living in. Okay. This isn't somebody that anything has to require for anybody to do. So it isn't, that's not how this works. It was only if they had abundance, but you wouldn't know anything about tithing, would you? So you normally don't ever require anything. I took the money to pay this ministry off here instead of helping myself. So I have no regrets. And I'll continue to point out people, idiots like you, that don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. And ask if somebody's stubborn or can't learn. So might kind of learn something for you, speak up and say something. It's like somebody contacted me about my land. Oh, because you'll trade for silver and gold. Sounds like a scam. Did you ever look in the county records, see it's in my name? I'm trying to sell my land. Do you even have a brain in there? Did you go on my Facebook profile, see that I have everything slashed to half price on my, marketplace, and, my original prices? You're an idiot. You don't know anything. You're a lame, unskilled, simple idiot. Get out of here, ignoramus. Not begging. This was asking if somebody had it and they had abundance. Learn the difference. Know your ass from a hole in the ground. Doesn't sound like you know the difference between the two cheeks to your same hole or wings to your dragon. You can fly out of here, okay? Father will provide no matter what. He already has. So rebuke your Christianity. One of these religious idiots. You got a sky daddy, Duddy, sky daddy Jesus. Is he providing for me? Yeah, he already has. Like I said, you're an idiot. You don't know anything about the case. It's just now I'm going to trade the precious metals that I have. Instead of buying the Ecuador property, I'll just trade them in and buy that later. They'll just be worth a lot more in a month from now, 2 months from now, 6 months from now. So that's all. Go look with the streams. You don't have to, like I said, I haven't got anything. It's been 15 months. Did you get SWAT rated? Do you have missing kids? People don't speak up, or they don't think before they speak up, but that's okay. Appreciate your time, guys. Again, it's not any requirement. Again, I always said the tithe here is just time. So I was asking for help earlier. I didn't do it on this one. Right here till the end after being in here for another 4 hours. So, all day I've been begging. What an idiot. So once again, brothers, sisters, if you know anybody who has like a Bitcoin or something that went up to 116,000, they could literally like sit a pile of money and blow away and they wouldn't even care. That's who I was asking. Otherwise, I asked for the same thing last time to pay the ministry off. $47,000 was the total price that I ended up, not what I paid because I paid on it for 10 years, but more than half of, almost half of that. Right. So, actually more than that, but I paid the ministry off instead of getting myself an attorney. So people do that, guys. Think about it. Tomorrow, people are going to tithe millions of dollars to fake ministries. Nobody gave them any meat. Nobody gave them any real gospel. This is just a bunch of Sex Pistol Jesus, a bunch of fake Christians, fake Catholics, fake Protestants, fake, and they're all going to get their tithes. So I don't care if anybody gives a dime. Father has provided. I have gold and silver that I traded for. It'll work out. No worries. Don't worry about it. Father always provides for this ministry, and he always makes a way. He is the way. That's what he said. I am the Hados. So he's a way maker. He can make a way when there's no way in hell. And he always does. So thank you, Father, for that. There's a will. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done. There's a way. So I do appreciate everybody who spends their time here and puts up with my ways, because I stand up to perverted law and I have the price to actually can look at what I've already put into this already. 40 pounds of silver, gold, my son's possibly dead, daughter. I mean, there's been a lot already paid. So I don't want to take from anybody. I don't need anything other than to know where my son and daughter are at this point. I don't care. That's what I'm giving up my precious metals for at this point, because it seems stupid to, not even at least try to find them with that. If that's what it's going to take, that's what it's going to take. If I don't have enough, Father will figure it out. I have a bunch of stuff for sale, and I have every day I have stuff up for sale. So it's not like I'm sitting around here begging anybody for anything. Maybe that idiot should have bought my property, got the hell out of some city that he's in. Too much paddles from this microwave. We'll just go ahead and let him in these little ho-hos and ding-dongs, wherever he's on, and, 30, 90-second burritos. I make my burritos fresh, not out of a million cow burger or, meat from steak or whatever. And so I get by. Thank you so much, brother, sister, for just being here. So don't ever feel like you ever have to give anything here other than your time. And you don't have to give that either. You can pound sand and get out of here. I don't need you to be here. Be here because you want to be here. Be here because you want to be a part of this ministry. So think about that again, all the fake ministries tomorrow that people are going to tie to. Millions of dollars tomorrow are going to get tied to a bunch of fake ministries all around the world. You know, a set of tires on this truck could change my lifestyle, what I need right now, but don't worry about it, guys. Remember, that's what I said. Somebody's got an extra or something in the driveway or something. Honey, let's sell that. Let's help this better now. We've been watching him for a year. It's okay. Nobody ever made a GoFundMe. It's okay. It'll all work out in the end. I'm not worried about it. What's worse is going to happen? I'm going to die. Oh, wow. That sounds like a vacation to me. So I don't die. I never die, you idiots. I'm never going to die. I'm eternal. Get over it. I never end. Stop hanging on to this flesh. It's not that bad. When you go, you can fly. Remember? Like in your dreams. So move along. So he's a Satanist. Where are you finding any other gospel taught, Kirby? There's only grace and truth. So give me some gospel. I'll stay in here for a minute just to give you some real gospel, because they ain't being taught anywhere. I don't know anybody's teaching this. So tell me, give me some gospel. Where'd you learn the gospel at? Give it to me. You should have been reading it, supping with it yourself. You didn't need to go no house made by hands. He said, didn't dwell in it. It was made by hands. Remember, the temple's made by hands. Larger block, mortar, brick, rock. No, our body's a temple. So give me the gospel. Where do you know? Tell me anywhere in this world, anywhere. I don't care, any church, any denomination. Tell me a denomination that's teaching the gospel, the true, undefiled, not a jot added gospel that I can give you here for no charge. Because I just do that because I have to do it, right? We're supposed to be charitable with it. Don't hide that light in a basket. So give me some gospel. Is there ain't nobody else teaching the gospel? No, not a one. Tell me. Tell me where you're finding the gospel taught, the true gospel. Because Paul said there was two. So which gospel can you tell me about? Tell me about the true gospel, the one Christ spoke of, that he said, don't change, don't add to my book. Not a jot or a tittle, I'll blot your name out. Fake ministries, millions of dollars, and I teach it here for nothing. So don't ever feel like you have to give a dime to be a part of this ministry. It's not your dollars that makes you part of the ministry. It's your body and your time and your comments, and you're proofing us, everyone that's here, with the word of the Father. Yeah, that's what we do, is share the word. So tell me who else is sharing this word, the true gospel, Kirby. Tell me which church, which temple, which house made by hand, which synagogue is teaching the true gospel that's being shared here. Because there isn't. Right? Or is there? So speak up. You've had a chance. Answer my question. Or leave. If do, share, because we want to find it. We're supposed to sup with our brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way. Those, remember? Do you speak any Greek? Probably none. You don't have to speak Greek, but it sure helps if you know what you're talking about. By definition, aletheia is the word truth. How come these pastors aren't teaching a little bit of Greek to their, flock? Standing there in the pulpit telling lies, not teaching any gospel. Bunch of 501c3. Well, don't worry. You don't need to go to church, David. You can dwell within the word. Go see Brother Jim at Grace and Truth Ministries if you're hungry for the word. Tell me that's not the best place you've ever been in your whole entire life. If you don't come back, thanks for coming in. Guarantee you won't come back and tell me it was garbage. Never sent anybody. This channel's been up for years. Not one person's ever come back and once complained. Not once. So go to the Bible teaching church. There's no Bible teaching church. Bible means book. You're an idiot, Tito. You know that?
I mean, you're kind of correct but your Bible means book. He didn't dwell in temples made by hands, nor does he dwell in the book. He dwells on our hearts. It was written on the hearts of the bride. Remember the book of Colossians 2:14. You obviously don't quote any scripture. You don't have to, but at least know what you're talking about. Has to align 100%, even can be 0.01% off. Remember, not a jot. So don't go to any church or temple made by hands. He made it very clear, and he always declares 2 witnesses that he doesn't dwell there. So I rebuke every church that's on this rock. They're all vain. Not people, anybody. Their studies are vain, worthless. There's no gospel. Just like couldn't speak up and give me any other place. You start bubbling off on some of your own free will. No such thing as free will. It's idolatry, pornea, idolatria. The service of your eyes, your own lies to yourself, but you don't speak any Greek, do you? You're going to tell somebody in here when you don't even know the word yourself. You might hold yourself accountable. You sound like a scorpizzo. You know what that is? That's a false teacher. Well, false is adding anything to the book. That's the froward, Hebrew froward. Do you speak any Hebrew at all? Any? Probably not. So don't talk about his word unless you actually know every single word and you can define the words that are coming out of your face. All right, there, Tito Santana, Don Morocco, whatever your name is. I think you've been in here before. Because I remember your name. I'm a name guy. Name is Shem, remember? Agape. So don't picture other Jesus in here, all right? He doesn't dwell in temples made by hands. Don't you ever come in here and tell somebody to go to some physical temple. I rebuke you, you idiot. Go away, child. Don't go away. Remember? Oh, we did. This is the Tito tissue, remember? This is it, remember? I'm not going to do it again. Yeah, you know what the word nice means? See, Tito's an idiot. Look at, guys, here's proof that Tito is an idiot. The word nice means to be stupid, Tito. I'm not stupid. Don't you dare call me stupid. You just rolled right into this. It's the same one, remember? So here it is. I'm a nice guy. Nice means to be stupid, Tito. Get out of here. I'm not here to be nice. I'm not here to be liked or loved by you or loved by the world, okay? Oh, now it's funny. Do you think it's a big comedy? Because you don't know what you're talking about. So you need to go. Like I said, girl, don't go away mad. Take your little tissue there, Tito, and go piss in somebody else's Wheaties. All right? Oh, I got a dog in here. Okay, guys, I better get out of here because Tito's going to call his buddy Michael from the grave. He's going to come back and moonwalk on my moonwalk over here. So I think Michael's still hanging around. But anyways. All right, love you, brothers, sisters. Again, support the ministry by coming back next time. You can do that, can you? When you have more time. I don't know when that'll be. The Lord's going to do that. I'd hang out here, but we're getting a little dry. Like I said, I want to sit here and be grifting anybody. Father will either provide or the remaining that I need, or he won't, and it'll work itself out either way. So I'm happy to just get a little bit closer and move forward. To be honest with you, I feel a little bit of a relief actually, because I can take a step forward. Maybe I shouldn't have shaved off the beard. That's okay. I'm all right with for now. It's okay. I can grow the beard back. I'm sure it'll go back pretty quickly. My facial hair sometimes grows super fast. So, especially if I eat a really good, healthy diet. So sunshine helps too, but even in the winter, but I don't think it's been a long, I haven't shaved my face since I was 17 years old. So before I joined the military, I started shaving my face, but actually have a clean shaven face. I think a couple times, but it didn't last. I immediately let my mustache or goatee grow out, but whatever, everybody needs some change in life. Change is good. I like, change is exciting. Change is new. Change is people get sedentary and they love to become creatures of habit, which I know a lot of people thrive on. So I'm not asking you to bump off your schedule or anything. You do what you do you. So I don't have that schedule. I work for the ministry. I'm retired now. If I can get through this court case, I'll sue and I'll be very wealthy. And I won't be wealthy because I'll have the ministry and I'll just donate to the ministry and I can just hop around and be retired. And that's wealthy. Wealthy is coming and visiting you, coming to your town and hanging out with you and your husband or your wife, and with you guys and your family, or if you're single or whatever, it's taking me to the best waterfall or the best, you know, place to eat in town or something like that. Spend a couple days with you guys. I'd love to do that. So hopefully Father will give me that unchained, cut these chains off me and let me go and fly and move around the cabin while I can. And maybe I can come visit all 180 countries. That'll be a blessing because God's bride is everywhere, not just some place in the middle of the desert. God's bride is in all 180 countries. So would that be a good idea to just fill the passport up? Because this ministry does not, I don't think there's any one place in the years that it's been up that we haven't had people join us and become part of this in one way, shape, or form. Became one of these 21, almost 2,000 people that are from all over this rock. So that's an amazing thing. So if I can travel and have a small fund to travel again, I don't think I would have a huge travel. I'm willing to bring enough money to pay my own way with somebody, but how much you want to bet when I show up, somebody's going to want to take me out to dinner? And I'm not trying to mooch off anybody, but I have had a lot of invites. I had somebody trying to get off me off this 20 acres, wanted me to move to Russia. I've had people invite me to Australia. I've been offered land, you know, and stuff. People have been very charitable. So I thank so much. I want to give my time, you know what I'm saying, for the rest of my life. I don't want to do anything else. I just want to serve the ministry, you know. Maybe somewhere along the line, I'll meet my, you know, perfectly yoked wife, and probably Father's probably working on that right now for me. I just don't even know it. If not, I'm going to die single, happy, and travel the world and have my animals until they're not here anymore. So we'd have to put up with my animals, but they're good animals. My dogs don't. They're good dogs. They very friendly with other dogs, and but yeah, other than that, and I'm sure I could find places to go and travel. And if I have both of these places in the ministry, I'll have people to watch the dogs if I do need to go out for a week or two or something like that. It's not like so it'll all work out. I'm sure it will. And if even if nothing works out the way I wanted, it all blows up in my face, it wouldn't surprise me at all. So, because it already has, you know what I'm saying? So I'll get there. I just really hope that I can find my son and daughter, you know, here after this, it's got, there's something's got to come of this. So, no matter the cost to me, like I said, it seems like the right thing to do at this. It's like it was the right thing to do to take the 20, whatever, some thousand and pay off the ministry instead of getting an attorney. So I do it again. So you could have got yourself an attorney and now you need an attorney, and you paid off the land and donate to the ministry and didn't help yourself. Yeah, I helped the ministry because it helps for generations to come, and it can continue. I'm just temporary. Remember, I'm only here I'm already in my 50s. I don't think I'm gonna be here a lot longer. I mean, if I have to stay here however long it keeps me here, but I'm hoping not, but we'll see. You know, whatever Father gives me, my day of death's already written. I don't have to worry about dying. Remember, I told you I don't really die like you guys die. I don't die. I'm eternal. How would I die? Would I lose this flesh? You think I'm this flesh? I was way older and who I was before I ever came into this Hulkadesh spirit that I am now in this meat suit. I'm a temporary meat suit, you know, temporary. I'm a eternal being having a temporary physical experience. Don't you understand what we're doing here? So maybe you never been told that, but I don't live in this meat suit. Not eternally, I do not. So this is just a short Uber ride, if you will. So we'll get off this taxi ride for, you know, this cash cab, okay? Don't worry about it. Won't ask no more questions, guys. Just do you. Please get your spiritual house ready, get it in order, and I appreciate Tango. Stop. Appreciate you being here. Everybody who ties all a ton of time. Lots of hours, hundreds and hundreds of hours. You guys are addicted. I love it. Well, David, I've talked about that in here. It's a hard animal. I've spent a ton of time. Go back. I've talked about addiction and quitting cigarettes. I've done some pretty good videos. I should write a book about that. Maybe I'll do that when I get on the road, guys. I'll write a book about smoking cigarettes and quitting the cigarettes. That's an animal, man. So I cold turkey. The doctor says no, but I don't want to get into that because I'll do a whole conversation about that. Yeah, see, I can find other ways to give too, brothers, sisters. So I appreciate everybody who gives to this ministry as well. You're a huge part of this. And This ministry is not pastor revelation. This ministry is this ministry. And I'm just one dude up here out in the desert, standing up here in this, digital pulpit, if you will. And, but we all get to be together. And that's the most amazing thing too, ever, that this kind of like a prelude of what is to come. You're going to get to be with your brothers and sisters on the other side now. That's amazing. I only ever had one person, which is my son, that I ever thought I could connect with in this rock. I didn't ever connect with anybody else. So I know I've made some connections here. That's insane. I love that. That's freaking amazing. That's so awesome to know that I'm going to actually be able to say, oh, it was you. Oh, I remember now I don't know if we'll remember each other's names, but we'll know the spirit. Remember? We'll know it by the spirit. So that's what I'm looking to spiritly connect with people. Remember, not this crystal nonsense, hocus pocus. I'm talking about Hulkadesh, the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit. That's what we are. So that's what we're going to be when we leave here. We're not getting the meat suit back after this time. So new earth, new heaven, new body. That doesn't include this meat suit this time around. Well, next go around. So he says, when I return, no one will know my Shem. I'll make a new Agape. So I know most people did not figure this out at all. And that's okay, because the flesh is weak and it's easier just to hang on to it, cling to it, because you don't want to die because you haven't lived enough. But when you lived enough, death is just a doorway onto your new life, if you will. So back to who you really were. It's like an unchaining, it's an unlifting. It's awesome. Wait till you get rid of it, guys. It's going to be an amazing thing, but you got to hold on to it to the very last day, because Father said that, you must endure to the end to be saved. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So you got to drive this through, guys, all the way to the very last day. I could die today. I could die 100 years from now. Oh, in 100 years. I could die 10 years from now. I could have died 10 years ago. That was when I needed to have my loins girded in my service and have your lamps trimmed until I return. Remember? That's you that he's speaking of, until I return. And that great and dreadful day of the Lord is when he comes back. So he's talking to you. And that could have been 100 years ago that you died, but you got to be ready back then. See what I'm saying? That's what he means. Not like, so where you have, that means every one of us has to try to the end. That's what it means. Go back. This word's so amazing, guys. It's so awesome to have this, covering over you when this word protects you like this. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. No fiery darts will penetrate your armor. Paul said, put it on. Read Ephesians 6:11. 2 times in that passage he did. So it's the word, guys. It's our daily bread. So that's why I love coming in here and doing this with you guys, because I feel like it gives this life purpose. I don't know what else to do in this life. I don't want to do anything else, actually. I really don't want to own anything. I want to just give it all up. Christ was in very few possessions, and he just traveled around sharing the gospel. See why I want to do that? So you want to help me do that? Keep coming back. Keep supporting the ministry, because you're encouraging me by being here that there's ears to hear. This isn't falling on deaf ears. This isn't vain. It's not worthless. So, and it's Father doing it. So we give Shiloh and Christ Jesus all glory, right? Here in this channel. Not religion. We're not religious. We have a relationship with the word. We love the word more than anything and anybody and everything in this world combined. That's what this channel's about. So, it's about a wedding. Thy kingdom come. You know what I'm saying? Be ready. Yep, there you go. Be ready. Because nobody knows the hour. And when the dead rise from the ashes and the dust, that's it. That's when he says, when I return, that's when the dead rise from the ashes and the dust. That is that moment in time. I don't know why people can't put these scriptures together, because they just don't read them. Father makes me just do it in my head all day long. I don't know about you. I mean, I think about other things, but the scripture constantly runs through my head. So thy kingdom come is that same moment. Thy kingdom come, the great and dreadful day of the Lord, when the dead are raised from the ashes and dust. Have your loins girded in my service when I return. It's all right there in front of your face, brothers, sisters. One judgment. Isn't that beautiful? Let him condemn these people. You be righteous with your judgment. Let it use his word to judge them. Use the word. Put the word on them, remember? If they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. It's not rocket science here. It's pretty, he made a pretty amazing covenant. And those who can understand this Every day they're going to be getting ready for that. Oligos, remember? Great for oligos and dreadful for the rest of everybody else that goes through the broad way, that, right? Because they don't want a narrow self and they enter through the wide gate. And we know where that leads to: eternal destruction. That most people will end up their own, do it to themselves, remember? By self-will. Pornea, they will blot their names out of the book of life and they will go to hell. Remember, hell's not what people think. They'll go to their eternal gnashing of teeth, which will feel like eternity to them, because they don't know what eternity is. They don't know what death is. They don't know what time is. They don't know what any of this truly represents. When you're eternal, why is there time? Time, you have time to grow food. That's it. There's what other time do you need? I'll see you later, maybe-ish. Time is a clock for food, to grow food. There was no reason to have a clock like a stopwatch, all this. You're not, stop it. Track meets and all that, jumping over hurdles. You sound like a barrel full of monkeys over here. Took out the old wrong bowl, guys. Wrong cup. Try to remember that. People love this world. They love it. They love it. So this world is not what you're thinking. Oh, oh, oh. You hear that Bob song? This world is not what you're thinking. So I better not get a copyright strike for singing music now. So, okay, I'm going to get off here, brothers, sisters. If I come back on, that's maybe-ish at this point. It's getting a little late. I live streamed all day. Like I said, I just, not all day, but took a break here. But wanted to come back on for the end of the night and hang out with you guys and spend some more time in here. Thy kingdom come. Kind of explain that again, like I just said. So that's what I wanted to do. Show you what thy kingdom come is. You're supposed to be ready for that day. That's what this is all about. Thy kingdom come. The great and dreadful day of the Lord. What is going to be great for very few, and what side? You know, it's like a Noah moment here. What side of the door are you going to be on? So we're supposed to be ready now. You're already supposed to be in the boat, remember? You ever see the movie Apocalypse Now? Never get out of the boat. Never get out of the boat. All right, we won't do that. I don't think anybody in here has seen the movie Apocalypse Now. So it's a military movie, but we won't go there. All right, thanks for your time again, brothers and sisters. Appreciate the 35 thumbs up and everybody who comes back with a ton of time all the time. You guys are a blessing. Pastor Revelation, Pastor Apocalypse. Whoa.